go. Okay, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Stillwell. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 4th. We are here for a school board workshop. The time is 9:10. I apologize for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we are up and running. So the order of business of today is multiple things with Ray and Associates, and I will be turning this meeting over to Mr. Caldwell from Ray and Associate, and he will conduct the meeting for today. Good morning, Mr. Caldwell, and thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I don't have to mute. Again, my name is Dr. Dale Caldwell. I have over 23 years as a school board member. I'm president of the school boards. And I'd like just to, Mike Collins, our president, just to say hi, and Steve Cochran, who's joined us as well.
Can you hear me?
There we go, guys.
He's got something else on.
Could you mute unless you're speaking? Steve Cochran, if you could mute. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yesterday. Yeah.
So good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm delighted Dale has an opportunity to be with you to lead our activities throughout the morning into the early afternoon. You're joined by Steve Cochran, our Southeastern, but primarily Florida Regional Director, and Molly Schwartzel, our Senior Vice President, is also with us. So, Dale, if you want to keep going, that'd be great. And I don't know, Steve and Molly, if you want to say hello.
Steve and Molly, you'll hear from them a little later. So our goal this morning is, first, the process is we'll begin by reviewing the applicants. We'll talk a little bit about that process. You've seen the applicant candidate files. We're going to discuss that. We put a timeline on. Our anticipation is that we will be able to beat each of the timelines that we've put in there. Once we have a discussion of the candidates, we are going to conduct a matrix prioritization process. So it's a matrix process. We send a description of that. We're happy to, I can explain it, Molly can explain it as well. Then we're going to identify the candidates that we're going to bring in to interview from that point on. We're going to discuss the interview dates, try to come up with some interview dates today. We want to determine, we send a series of questions. We'd like to determine those questions and then just review the overall next steps and timeline. And so the process is pretty clear. We've done hundreds of these. So let's get started. First, any questions about the process? Yes.
One of the top 10 on this list is our current interim superintendent. And our interim superintendent had, first of all, the way this was advertised initially, we're talking about when we were doing this for the interim, there was a stipulation that was put out that the candidate who was chosen as the interim would not be eligible to be the permanent superintendent. In addition to that, Dr. Savage has a clause in his contract that states that he is not eligible, and yet he is one of our top 10. So, and I did notify the board about this. What I'm asking is, since there was no appetite for, I really, really wanted to have somehow a special or emergency meeting for a vote, because I feel like this needs to go to a vote since we as a board were the ones that passed Dr. Savage's contract. And so to amend that contract, I feel we need to go to a vote. Now, I'm not an attorney, so maybe in a moment Mrs. Dupree-Bruno wants to weigh in on that. But what I am asking is, here's my ask, that we set aside his application pending a vote whether he is eligible or not. And for that reason, I've been questioning moving forward such a tight, quick timeline. So this is what I would like to ask the board chair to see what she would like to do for this. And I would also like to hear Mrs. Dupree-Bruno weigh in on that contract and whether it in fact makes the present interim superintendent ineligible, and thus we cannot put him on an equal plane with the other 9 candidates that came to the top.
May we make a recommendation, Madam President?
Yes, please.
So this isn't the first time that we've had this situation. So what we recommend is that we go through the process. If this candidate is identified as one of the candidates that you'd like to bring back, then that discussion can take place. But until they're finalists, there's no need to have that discussion now. So our recommendation is to move forward with the process.
And with all due respect, even though this is your expertise, I see him as, somebody who, out of fairness on our side, should be considered, but on the other side, out of fairness to us, we as a board, my opinion, we as a board should have known, not on you, but on our superintendent, that he was going to apply, and thus we could have had this discussion and saved it and actually had time to consider it. And this is why I'm having a problem with sticking to this timeline. And again, I would like to hear Mrs. Dupree-Bruno weigh in on this, because we are, I don't want to tread on Dr. Savage's rights as a candidate who turned in a very nice application and came up in the top 10. I don't want to tread on that right. And yet, I see some serious implications here. And if we put it down the road, if for some reason we don't like or we're not enamored with the other 9, that then we have to go back and have that discussion, and that just pushes it even farther. So through the chair, can we have Mrs. Dupree-Bruno weigh in on the legalities?
Ms. Dupree-Bruno, could you please respond? I know I had asked the same question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is a clause in Dr. Savage's contract with regards to applying. There's a clause that specifically says that he would not apply as the permanent superintendent pursuant to the contractual terms. These are contractual terms which can be modified or amended by the board. So it's really up to the board's discretion as to how they would like to move forward.
Okay. Is there more? Ms. Fisher?
Yes, through the chair, I'd like to ask Attorney Dupree-Bruno, what are the legalities?
In terms of modifying the contract?
Well, no, I understand that, but in terms of making that caveat that anybody who applied for the interim was not eligible to apply for superintendent, because technically, it's my understanding that statutorily, when someone's a superintendent, they're the superintendent.
Right.
And, yeah, okay.
So yes, based on the statute, there is no specific definition of an interim superintendent versus a permanent superintendent. The statute is very clear that there is a superintendent. Now, with regards to Dr. Savage's contract, there is that clause in it that was what the board had directed to be added to that contract. Contracts are always modifiable, so it really is up to the board. I don't believe that I did take a look at this a little bit yesterday. I do not see any other legalities regarding this aside from the modification of the contract if the board chooses to do so.
But Ms. Gittens, go ahead, please.
I thought you called Ms. Morgan first, I'm sorry. Okay, 2 things, but first of all, I spoke with two attorneys that, yesterday, that are very familiar with contract and employment law, and the consensus was that with this contract, it's really not enforceable, that we can keep Dr. Savage from applying for a position. So, and, I can talk about that offline. The concern I have is, this is another thing that kind of screams of we're trying to rush this. If this is one issue that came up, the other issue that I am extremely concerned about going forward, and I brought this up 6 months ago, did these 41 people understand that they have a potential of being in this position for 1.5 to 2 years before they would have to, run a campaign if, in fact, November, it will be on the ballot that whether or not we will have in 2024 an elected superintendent. So my question is, these people that are on here, all 41, and especially the 10, were they informed that you have a potential, if we accept you in 2022, that by 2024, you may have to run an election campaign in an area that, you'd have a year to kind of get yourself acclimated and everything, and then run a campaign. So my suggestion is that we just, hold off on this, and the discussion should be, once these people have been informed clearly of that fact, will we still have the same 10? In some of the research that I did,
I'm sorry, Ms. Gittens, if I may, I want to go back to.
No, I understand
the
what
one
you're
thing that
saying,
Ms.
but
that
I'm
we were
saying
speaking on, and
overall.
we can come back to that.
But overall, I think we are rushing this whole process. This is one thing we need to look at. That's another thing we need to look at. Are we not just rushing this too fast?
Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
I'm very comfortable with the schedule. I've been through this process before as a board member on a different board. My only concern is that we advertised this as the sitting superintendent was not an applicant. Now, with the superintendent in that pool, that may change, how other applicants feel. They may not have put themselves out there publicly as an applicant, knowing that the sitting superintendent was filing. So, that's not a legal issue. It's just an issue about ethical behavior and whatever. So, but I do want to say that I am very comfortable with the schedule. I would like to go through the matrix and see where we land. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Morgan, I also have to agree with you too. I know that when we started this a year ago with the interim superintendent, who is the superintendent at this time, that was the stipulation, and I know that I could not go back on what I had stated back then. So moving forward, to me, it will not be an issue with the ones that we have, knowing what we had already spoke about a year ago, or 6 months ago, 7 months, however long ago that was. Ms. Giovanelli, and then Ms. Patrica. Go ahead, Ms. Patrica.
My only concern is that we are on a timeline, and the fact that we have a lot of questions, and I think that we have to go through some of this process to figure out where we land. I do like his suggestion with that. I think we have to discuss, really, do we need a special meeting? So, that was what was raised here, and I don't want to circumvent that conversation, because that's part of this. So maybe we should have a special meeting, because the question I had sent to Attorney Bruno was I don't think we voted on it. It was a consensus that from the advertisement. Is that my understanding? Do y'all remember, recollect? Because I was trying to remember, and that's all I can remember. I didn't think we voted on whether he can apply or not. It was a recommendation or something.
Everything was, I don't think I'm speaking, but even the timeline, everything that was done by a vote.
Oh,
so that was
okay.
That was voted, and as far as the contract, That was voted on as well,
Correct.
which would have had that in there. And that was the advertisement that stated that Ms. Vaughn so graciously helped us with. That was voted on as well. So all of that was voted on as a board.
So then we should probably have a special meeting, and then at this point, I would recommend that, because we have to have community input, and that, if we don't do that, then we're defeating our purpose here, so.
May I make a comment?
Caldwell?
Ms. Fisher?
Well, I'm going to get Ms. Patrick, and then I'll go back to Ms. Fisher.
Okay.
Because Ms. Patrick has not had an opportunity.
So I think that the candidates who put their name in have also looked at the timeline, and they are available for interviews based on the timeline that we have put out there. If we change the timeline, some of these candidates might not be available to be interviewed. This is the timeline this board agreed to follow, and if I recall correctly, it was a unanimous vote, if I recall correctly. Regardless, it was a board decision to move forward on this timeline. The public has had significant notice of the timeline as well, because we agreed upon this months and months and months ago. And when we entered into the contract with Dr. Savage, we all knew the clause was not enforceable. I do recall Attorney Dupree Bruno making that clear to us at the time. I do recall Dr. Savage understanding that it was not enforceable.
Sorry, I apologize. If whoever's on there that could please mute, that's on Zoom, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Patrick.
That's okay, thank you. I do recall all of the parties to the contract being aware that it was not enforceable, but that it was a memorialization of the agreement that we had reached. Also, I think that going through the process is really important, because the whole Dr. Savage being an applicant thing could be a moot point if he doesn't rise to the level of being one of the top 5 or 6, and then that's a conversation we don't need to have. We don't even need to waste that time. If we do need to have the conversation, we can. And finally, we have hired Ray and Associates to do a job, and they have recommended a timeline that we have agreed to. That is, I think I remember them saying what a wonderful position we were in terms of this timeline when it started. So there's really no rush there. And then, if we get through this process, Ray and Associates is motivated from a business perspective to help us find the best candidate for this district. Because if they don't, they have to go through this process again at no additional cost. Am I right? Is that not the contract we signed with you?
That is the contract, correct.
And in addition, if whoever we choose out of this process is terminated or leaves within a specified period of time, you have to come back in and
do it again.
engage in this process again, and that's a significant cost to you. So this is not, we've hired a company to do a job, and they have an expertise that I don't have, and I am perfectly comfortable following the process that's in place and that this board has previously agreed upon. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher? I'll come back.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate that I think we have to follow the process. We already knew the fact that his contract was not legally enforceable. And so if we go through the process, instead of spending more time deciding whether or not we need a special meeting, during this workshop, which is the purpose of our gathering, we will have the opportunity to see where we come out, and then we can move forward with another discussion for the good of the order, whether or not we do need a special meeting. I just think we need to move forward because we're wasting time.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Gittens?
Well, one of my biggest concerns as we keep talking about the timeline and following what we agreed, receiving all of this information 24 hours before we have to do this did not allow me, I don't know what everyone else did, but it did not allow me enough time. The process closed on the 13th of December, and I inquired that week when were we going to get the information? So I know there are things that, Art Ray and Associates has to do, but it was very untimely. So when we talk about following the timeline, it was not followed. I did not have time to vet and to look at all of the candidates. And as of on Sunday, we received all 41, which I had asked for some time. And then by Monday, it was taken down and we couldn't even access that. And I know you're going to say we gave them the process and they used our rubric or whatever to select, but I wanted to look at all of the candidates, and there were some in the 41 that I thought were viable. But I have not been able in the last 24 hours to go back and even look at that list because it was taken down off of their site or locked or whatever. It's not available. So it's not that I don't want to follow the process and the timeline, but I think we should be fair all the way around and give everyone an opportunity to vet and to look at all of the candidates and have a real viable conversation about it.
Ms. Vaughn.
I'm willing to stay with the timeline. Let's go back to my ask, which was to set aside that one application, that is Dr. Savage's application, until we can, why should we waste time talking about that application if he is not, if we consider him not viable? Now, I do understand, and I wrote that in one of the couple emails that I sent asking about a special meeting, that I didn't care how this would hold up in court at that time. I bring up, I didn't bring this up, but I'm going with what Ms. Morgan said, which is we're a board that's lost a lot of credibility, and what kind of credibility do we have when we adamantly, and I think it was unanimous at the time, when we adamantly said, and we had good reason for that, because we were looking, we didn't want to dissuade anyone who was applying, okay? So I see it as either a moral or ethical issue that all of a sudden now, without us having a vote, without us having a discussion where we can vote, and we do need to vote because we passed his contract. It's in his contract. And again, I don't care if, we were taken to court and spent a year going through this. It's moral, it's ethical. It makes us look foolish to all of a sudden do a 180. I'm not saying that he's not a good, viable candidate. I'm just saying that since he did apply, but didn't, I don't know if any of you knew he was applying. I surely didn't. And I feel like we should have had the opportunity to discuss this. And I know Dr. Savage is smart enough to know what was in his contract and also to know it's not enforceable, but it does, to me, put us in a conundrum on this. So I don't want us to look stupid to everyone, coming out and saying one thing and then totally disregarding it as we move down the road. That's my only ask, whether the board has the appetite to set this aside.
Well, thank you.
And this was what Mr. Cochran actually said earlier, that I said, no, I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. I totally agree with what you just said. And Mr. Caldwell, you were going to respond to?
Yes,
Ms.
again, I
Vaughn?
thank everybody for their comments. I wanted to make sure we heard everybody. Again, we've done this in hundreds of districts over 40 years. The process that you have before you, that I have up on my computer, is the exact same process that we apply everywhere else. One of the important things to understand is that the candidate pool, especially with a district with 95,000 beautiful kids, is a very sophisticated candidate pool. Understand that we get, Mike, I don't know what the number is every month. I mean, 20,000 or so people are looking. If there's a superintendent in this country that's looking for a job, they go to our website. So they also do the research about the state. And I will tell you that there are many people who decided not to apply because of the rules of the state. So frankly, every candidate should be well aware of the potential for an election. Every candidate should be well aware that an internal candidate should apply. And so, again, the only candidate that is going to get through this process is a very sophisticated candidate that has done tremendous research on the district. And so I think that the most advisable thing to do is to move forward, go through the process, identify the 5 or 6 people out of the process. If, in fact, the interim is there, then we can have this discussion. But to delay the process, the other thing that happens is these are sophisticated candidates who will get offers from multiple districts. If we decide to delay this process even a week, that can significantly impact the quality of your candidate pool. So it's essential, I think, that we move forward for the good of the district, the good of our 95,000 students. And I understand the concerns, and and I really appreciate the board expressing that. But I think it would be a mistake not to move forward as planned.
So Ms. Fisher, did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I would suggest that, I'm looking at the timeline, and we are right on target today on the 4th of January. And I would suggest that in order to save time, that we poll the board, and if there's any appetite for pulling the name or not moving forward, we'll know by majority, so.
And Mr. Pri-Bruno, is that something that we can do at a workshop, is pull a name? Or do we go through the process as Mr. Caldwell, right? Dr. Caldwell has, and I apologize for calling you Mr. Dr. Caldwell has mentioned.
This is, how you want to proceed is completely left to the board. If you want to poll the board and see if you want to remove a name from the beginning, that's completely up to you. If you want to follow the recommendations from Ray and Associates, it's completely left to the board as to how to move forward.
Okay, and Ms. Patrica?
Just before we poll, I wanted Ms. Vaughn to know that I 100% agree with everything you said. My concern is having this conversation before we go through the process is just it could potentially be a waste of time. So it could potentially be a waste of time. So I really want to dig into the meat of this process, and should that conversation become necessary, I agree with you 100%, we have to have it. However, we may not have to. So let's just go through that. That's, again, before we pulled the board, I wanted to express my agreement and let you know sort of why I would not be in favor of pulling the name right now.
So Ms. Vaughn, is that acceptable to you?
No, because that's not my point. My point is the moral, ethical look that this whole thing gives us as a board, and it's just another one of those nails into the billboard of credibility versus incredible or not credible behavior.
Okay.
That is the crux of my reason.
So
But of course, it's the will of the board on this.
Okay, so if I may, who would like to pull the board as far as pulling the name of a certain individual prior to starting? Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, I just propose that we find out how many people want to move forward, because we need to move
Okay.
forward.
How many people would like to just move forward with the process? And then if we need to go to a different type of meeting to pull somebody off of this, then we would do so. If it got to that
What
point.
Ms. Fisher just said trumps what I said as an ask?
Okay.
The same thing, it's
It's
just.
the same, it's just
No, it's
reverse.
not.
Okay, it's a reverse. So how many people would like to, Ms. Vaughn, please restate. You would like to have
Okay, for the third
board
time,
first.
I would like the board to set aside Dr. Savage's name, and I gave the reasons as moral, ethical, the credibility of the board, number one, and number two, albeit it may not be enforceable, but the fact that he applied even with that clause in his contract. That's my reason for considering this.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. And Ms. Dupree Bruno, that is perfectly acceptable
So
for us to do that.
If the board is inclined to do that. So there's two things that I'm hearing from the conversation.
Let me make sure.
The first one is what Ms. Vaughn is asking, should we remove Dr. Savage from the beginning from consideration?
Correct.
Set aside.
Set aside.
And then the second thing that I'm hearing is that let's move forward to see if Dr. Savage even floats up to that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spot.
Correct.
So I think that's probably the decision that I would recommend the board try to figure out which way they want to go, so then you can move forward, whatever direction you want to move forward. Now, I do have a question for Ms. Vaughn. If you pull his name, your intention then is to go back and have that discussion as to whether or not his name should be put back into the pot. Is that correct?
Exactly, that's what I meant by set aside, and that's why I was very intent on us getting a special meeting, although I realized that would damage, you know, I mean, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's two problems here, and this would have been solved had we as a board known, and this goes to the timeliness of when we received the notice of everybody who had applied. Had we known sooner, we could have just gotten this out of the way.
Okay.
May I
But
make a comment?
that's
Dr. Caldwell?
another issue.
One of the things is, your point is a good one. Well, what happens typically is that in the discussion process, we do exactly what you're requesting. So what happens is, when you go through the process of going through folks, this board will make that decision to say it's unethical or it's inappropriate, he shouldn't move forward, or he should. So that discussion is inherent in the process. So there's no reason to set aside a separate discussion, in my opinion. And so I think that we will have that discussion. That will take place automatically. So I don't know that necessarily the board needs to vote on that, per se.
And if I could just add to what Dr. Caldwell just said, is if you, I'm sorry, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Gittens had her hand up. I kind of jumped in.
Well, go ahead and finish your thought, and then I'll come back to Ms. Gittens.
I could just add to what Dr. Caldwell just said, is if his name is pulled, and then you have the discussion on the remaining candidates, and then if you decide that you want that name back in, that kind of changes the process a little bit. So I think what Dr. Caldwell just identified is probably the best way, because then you can have that discussion, which is already inherent in your decision-making process.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Yes, basically what I was going to say is, we have a contract, we have a clause that's unenforceable. Dr. Savage is a candidate on this list, and at this point, this portion of it, in my opinion, we should just go ahead and honor the fact that we have these candidates on the list. I still go back to the fact of the process, though. I'm concerned about that. So basically, he's on there. We should move forward with vetting the candidates, but I'm not happy with the way that was done in the list.
Ms. Vaughn, are you acceptable to that?
I just want to hear the board vote.
Okay.
And then I'll be happy and go along with whatever
So,
the board says.
Ms. Vaughn.
That's all I'm asking for.
Ms. Morgan?
I want to proceed with the process.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Oh, you know my vote, set aside.
Ms. Gittens?
I want to proceed with Dr. Savage on the list.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm going to take the recommendation of the consultant and will proceed with the process.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Proceed with the process.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica, we're taking a poll. Would you like to proceed with the process, or would you like to set aside?
Continue with the process, please.
And I would like to continue with the process. Hearing that, we will, thank you, Ms. Vaughn, we will continue with the process, and when it come to that point where we have to make another decision, then we will do so. So, Dr. Caldwell, if you would please continue.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for that discussion. That's why we're on the board. That's why you're on the board. So, I'm moving to item number 2, the review of applicants and candidate reports. I'd like President Mike Collins to, Mike, if there's anything you wanted to add, or you want to go through the candidate reports?
No, I think we're ready to go to the candidate.
Okay, Dr. Caldwell, or Mr. Collins, Ms. Gittens has a question. Do you have a question, Ms. Gittens?
Well, my question and comment is, we just agreed on one part of that process. I still have on the floor the fact that we did not receive all the information. I still don't have the information to go back into the 41 to the other candidates and to voice an opinion about some of them. So basically, you're just saying push forward with the 10 that they've chosen, and I disagree with that. There's one specifically on the other list that I would like to have on here. And if I don't say something about it now, in a few minutes, you will have gone on and chosen 5 or 6 people and say, well, it's a moot point. So I will repeat, my issue is that we did not have, not only in a timely manner, but we do not have the entire list of candidates to select from.
So Dr. Caldwell and Mr. Collins, if there is someone that is not, that you have not vetted, that you felt that was viable based on our needs, the community's needs, the students' needs, if there is an individual that a board member deemed should be on here, would we then pull them up at the end of this list or speak on that,
I'll
the
let
opportunity?
Mike Collins speak first, and then I can add. Mike?
Okay. And can you hear me okay? No, not.
Yes, yes, we
Hear
can.
you great.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so let's clarify a couple things. To be very candid, the reason you can't look at all those 41 candidates is because there was a data breach yesterday. And this information was released by someone and wound up on social media, which in our world is very inappropriate. Secondarily, if you desire or feel that there's a candidate you want to bring up and add to the list, you have that prerogative. Just understand that that person has not been vetted yet. So if you bring them up and they move forward to the interview process, we can vet them before you interview them in the time frame, so we can make sure you're comfortable. But there's an outside chance that we could find something that could be challenging. Remember that from the very beginning and in our contract, the only people that are vetted are the ones that are recommended at this time. So yes, technically, it's up to you as a board to make that decision. But we are prepared as necessary to add a name for consideration. Just know that that person is not vetted. So you would have to agree to add that person to the list, and then they would be part of the consideration.
Thank you.
May
Ms.
I?
Gittens?
Okay, and I kind of beg to differ on the data breach. On Sunday afternoon, when we received the email that said, click on this URL, it took us directly to your website. And it was up there on the Ray Associates website. Well, I saw it. I mean, I clicked and it said Ray and Associates. So it was not something that was, that somebody, hacked into or whatever.
But that wasn't our website.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
It wasn't password protected.
First of all, what you were given doesn't sit openly on the website. It's only available through a process. Molly, if you want to speak to it directly, because this is right up. I think Molly's the one that deals with all this for us, and in all candor, her accuracy would probably far exceed Dr. Caldwell's or mine.
Thanks, Mike. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, Mike.
Yes, go ahead, Molly.
Okay. The private URL link allows you access to the back end of our website. No way was that open for public consumption, where anybody can just click on a that was a link specifically designed for Lee County. We could view a back end look. Mr. Collins mentioned that too, but it was certainly not for public.
May I interrupt, Molly? I'm sorry, you're breaking up, and I want to hear every word you're saying, but I'm only hearing every other word. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Fine.
Point of order, I guess.
Okay. That's better?
Yes.
Okay. Long story short, it was a private URL link that was created for the board members of the county to get a look at the inside of our application process. That's not something forever standard practice. It's not on our website, public.
Molly, let me, so she was saying it's a private URL link.
Correct.
So, so that was private. You know, every one of our clients, this is private information. It's proprietary information. So it will not be released on our website or in any public way. So really a breach of, really it's an ethical breach if in fact it was placed in any kind of public document. And it can impact the quality of the candidates in the search process. So it's a very, very serious thing because this is about getting the best candidate for our 95,000 students.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Patrica?
If I may, through the chair, ask the attorney a question.
Yes.
How does that sit with you in terms of public records?
So the link is one thing. The public records statute does not require us to have a link. If somebody wants to make a public records request to determine all of the candidates that you had, there is a process to do that. In addition, there are some information that is exempt pursuant to our Florida public records statute, such as, for example, if somebody was a former law enforcement officer or a spouse of a law enforcement officer, there's certain things that has to be redacted. So that's why when we go through our public records process, we would go and redact the appropriate information.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Caldwell?
Yes.
If you will proceed,
Okay.
please.
Mike, you
Or
want to
Mike.
continue with the candidate reports?
Yeah, sure. So, wait a second. Much better when I don't have it on speaker.
You're good.
Okay.
Good.
So, you have had the opportunity to look at the application, their resumes, their letters of reference, and so forth. What I have is an extra portion of this that we shared, that we do, which I believe is one of the things you found attractive about our process and our professionalism. So the first candidate is Charlie Perry. Dr. Charlie Perry, who's the superintendent of Hamlin County Schools, based with an office in Morristown, Tennessee. I'm going to review for you what is in the candidate report. Now, these were compiled by associates of ours who do candidate reports. This involves an interview with the candidate with certain general questions and certain questions specific to Lee County based on what we heard in the constituent meetings, we garnered from your interviews, and we garnered from your profile development. So we have certain questions that are specific, and I will go over those questions for you and their responses. We also then do a Google, Dog Pound, Bingo, DuckDuckGo, social media search, as well as a news media search. I'm going to share that information on each candidate as we go forward. So I just want to be clear, you have all taken the time to read through the applications, the references, etc., and I'm now prepared to offer you the candidate report. Are we all on the same page and ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
All right, Dr. Charlie.
Ms. Gittens is not, but I believe everyone else is.
well, I'm overruled, so, yep.
Okay. So I'm going to go through this with almost all the questions so you know what's asked, and then I'll eventually be able to skim through some of these because it becomes very repetitive. So one is, have you applied for any other jobs and what's your status? The answer is yes. And the fact that he has this time not been contacted because they appear later, their schedule is later than what yours is. What is your current contract status? He is in a multi-year contract. Has the board offered to renew your contract? And the answer is yes. And that is to add on to what he has, but it wouldn't occur until later on in the year. Have you ever been bought out from a contract, fired, or asked to resign? The answer is no. Are there any situations involving you currently or in the past that we need to know about that would impact your application? The answer is no. Keep in mind, this is a direct interview with these candidates. Do you have any problem with our firm contacting individuals other than your references who have identified the candidate? The answer is yes. We would ask why. The answer was no.
Excuse me, point of order, I'm sorry. Mr. Collins, could you just, for the first couple times you go through these questions, read them a little bit more slowly? I know you're very familiar with them, but this is the first time I'm hearing them. So if you could just go through them, by candidate 3, 4, 5, you can go really fast, but right now you're going a little bit too quickly for my old ears to hear.
Well, I have very old ears also, so I am in full appreciation. Secondly, forgive me for my New York State background in upbringing, so I will definitely slow down.
It's all good, thank you.
Thank you, seriously. We want this to be as informative as possible. Okay, so backing up, yes, he has applied for other jobs, but has not gotten feedback. He is in a multi-year contract. They have started to speak about renewal, which would really be an extension. He's never been bought out, fired, or asked to resign. There are no situations that would impact his application. His answer was no. You haven't had any problem with our firm contacting other individuals that may not be your references. The answer was no. Now come the specific questions. And these are just bullet responses that I'm highlighting for you. So the first one is, how will you lead Lee County School District through the second phase of the pandemic and into the mid-2020s? He wanted you to know that he would continue many of his practices and that the district he is in never closed during the pandemic. And he will do whatever he can with stakeholders' input, keep schools open, and to pay attention to students' social, behavioral, and mental health concerns. And he also wanted you to know in response to that, and this is a quote, our students did well in school in the past year in Hamilton County. The next question related to Lee County is, how will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout Lee County communities as both the school leader and a collaborating community leader? His response, I will collaborate diligently with school staff, the board, and community as the public face of the district with every intent to move the district forward academically, socially, and emotionally. This will be done through weekly newsletters, open community forums, town hall meetings in various community facilities, and other practices that are ongoing in the Lee County School District. Next question is, how will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the district? 2 points are, I will create a parent and community task force to develop and or expand the 5-year strategic plan. And secondly is that he will create formal structures that will be continuous in the whole process of stakeholder engagement. And then the last piece, which he has said often, is that he would obviously want to continue on the successful practices that are already underway. And the last question related to the district is, I'm sorry, there's actually 2 more. How will you ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to Lee County students across the district? And he said that he plans on being extremely visible and lots of meaningful conversation with all stakeholders and community organizations. Will engage students and or staff in reassessment of these multiple programs, and particularly will consult with students and parents in any modifications, reductions, or increases in the multiple student program offerings throughout the district. And then the last question. Please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap. His response is, my success in closing the achievement gap is to make sure my best teaching staff members are professionally trained, that they meet students where they are, and they move them to the next academic level. He will also analyze their early childhood programs and make sure their students are advancing appropriately to the next educational level, and then track the impact of the success of early childhood as it relates to the entire progression of students in regards to closing the achievement gap going forward. So he wants to tie the improvement in the early childhood side all the way up the ladder through the progression, and really assess, what progress is being made starting as early as pre-K. Now we come to the background investigation summary. Google and internet checks were made, and that includes the ones I mentioned, which are obviously Google, DuckDuckGo. There's the Dog Pound one. It wasn't used this time. This one was just Google, DuckDuckGo, and all news media from its previous positions, and there was nothing negative or controversial found. Then the reference summary, this is a summary of what the references said, that they, and keep in mind all those references were interviewed in addition to the letter that you've seen. The references commended him on his leadership that he's provided to the district. He will be missed very much, according to all of them. His leadership style has really made a huge positive difference since he's been superintendent. His monthly meeting with stakeholder groups, including students, parents, staff, and all departments and community organizations, has created an atmosphere of trust and honesty. He is a true leader who not only talks the talk, but walks the walk and does it well. And that's the conclusion of the candidate report on Dr. Charlie Harris. Are we good to move forward with the next candidate?
Okay, Mr. Collins, when would you like people to ask questions for each candidate? After?
You can do that now. I would suggest we do it now. I'm afraid by the time we get to 8, 9, and 10, some of those questions could be forgotten.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Gittens?
A couple of questions. I must say that I do like the strong academic emphasis and experience that he has. One concern is the smaller districts. It seems as though there's not, that experience with the large number of students like we have. And then I didn't hear a lot of emphasis on budget experience.
Yeah, those are very accurate assessments, Member Gittens. We did not ask a specific question on their financial and budget experience. One of the biggest attractions is that the Tennessee county systems, though many of the counties are not as large as they are in Florida, the county system is fairly similar. The budgeting process is similar, et cetera. So part of his attraction was not only has he already gone through an entire system in Virginia and retired from there at a very early age, he's now had all this time in Tennessee in a county system that's similar. Keep in mind, in Virginia, where he was, all of those budgets actually have to be approved by town councils or elected government officials beyond the school board, which is an interesting experience. Virginia and most of New England is very similar. And then the other part was because of the county system experience, and the similarity of that was the largest factor in moving it forward in addition to its success. but it does not rise to the same level of student count. But we honestly believe that, you know, he has real potential to run a much bigger environment.
And can I follow up on that to ask, in your experience in doing this for over 40 years, what is the success, how can I put this, success level of someone going from a smaller environment to a larger environment with a lot more students and accountability?
I'm going to, Dale, I don't know if you want to speak to that for a minute based on your experience, or Molly based on yours. I'm happy to comment, but why don't we see Dale and Molly?
I would start. I think it's important as we go through the process to realize this is a leadership position.
Right.
This is a position where someone has to be an extraordinary leader, and so often we focus on the individual, but the smartest leaders hire smarter people than on their team. And so I've seen that when there's a bad leader, it doesn't matter where they are. They could be in a 200,000 person district and then fail in a 95,000 person district, or they can be in a 10,000 person district and be a great leader. So I think as we go through this process, it's important to see what leadership experience do they have, what level of humility do they have, and how have they been able to deal with the board in a positive way. So Molly, I don't know if you want to add.
I think Molly has it.
And, well, I would like to say what you just said about working with the board, that was another positive I had, was that he has been board chair a few times, so it seems as though the ability to work with the board is within his wheelhouse. So.
And then, Mike, I have, Mr. Collins, I have a question as well. When I was looking at, for Mr. Perry, I know he goes by Jeff, I assume, and then you had said that they have a multi-year contract and he was never bought out or resigned, but it clearly states that in the Citizens Tribune, it states that he has announced his intention to resign at the end of the year. Was July of 2021. So he's not accepting another position, and 2021, we've already passed that. So did he resign? Is he still at this school? Is he still at this district? Because he was supposed to resign. So I'm not sure when he was resigning.
I'm sorry.
It was
It was his choice to resign because he also had already had retirement, as I understand it, and therefore he also made it clear that he wanted to look at other opportunities.
Yeah, that's what I read, but I just want to make sure that he's no longer there at Hamilton County, correct? Okay, and then also the diverse population, the areas where he came from, the student population definitely does not match our population whatsoever. It's a complete reverse. So I wanted to make sure that that was mentioned as well. And let's see, and Ms. Patrica?
Yes, thank you. I heard you talk about a sort of summary of letters of reference, but I didn't see any letters of reference in the packet. I'm wondering whether you contacted the references to ask questions, or how did you come up with that information, please?
Molly, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so he chose not to attach letters of recommendation, and that's not uncommon. Several times someone is, not able to get current ones, or they're also themselves in that position, they won't ask. However, with the candidate reports, our report writer did call references, those listed and those that were not listed, to get an accurate summary of them.
And may I assume that that will be the answer for all of the candidates that did not submit letters of reference?
I'm sorry?
Yes, it likely will be. Molly, she was just asking, will that be a pretty common reason why they didn't submit? Yes, and it's likely that it will.
Yes.
So if I may weigh in, the references we contacted were Ms. Carolyn Holt-Clausen, who's the board chair, Dr. Stephanie Dahlman, supervisor of data and ULL, Shelley Green is principal in Lincoln Elementary District, and then Phil Crichton, who was the county mayor when he was in one of the districts in Virginia. So those are the references that we reached out to.
Thank you. Is there any, Ms. Giovanelli?
So a couple questions that I had was, in my research on him, I noticed that he was applying out west, so, and that he had family in Tennessee, so has that, the family is no longer in Tennessee and Florida is more, I mean, obviously he's still looking, so where does he, also, so it's a two-part question, what other school districts is he ranked, top 10 in? So is he in other, is there a possibility we could lose him to Colorado, where I think he's looking at as well?
His answer to the question, if you apply for other jobs, was yes. I have not been contacted yet because they are, in other words, their process isn't as far along as yours are.
Oh, okay, thank you.
That's the answer you give. And we do not ask where necessarily unless they offer it.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Gittens?
Is he in the running for another position somewhere at this point?
He does not know that yet. He has applied elsewhere, and it's a desire to move. Some of the reason he moved to Tennessee had to do with family and illness and so forth, and I think that concern has moved online.
Okay. Shall we move on? Any more questions? Okay, please, if we can move on, please.
Okay, the next one is Dr. Michael Ramirez, who is the Deputy Superintendent of Denver Public Schools, which is just short of your size of 90,000 students, so you know. Have you applied for any other jobs, and if so, what is your current status? It says, no, this is the only position I applied for. What is your current status? He's on an annual contract, so under contract until June 2022, and it won't be till the end of April or May that the new one is offered or renewed. Has the board offered to renew your contract? I'm expecting to be renewed for the 22-23 school year. Have you ever been bought out, fired, or asked to resign? The answer is no. Are there any situations involving currently or in the past that we need to know about that could impact your application? The answer is no. Do you have any problem with our firm contacting other individuals beyond your references? The answer is no. Question number seven, and now we get into the Lee County questions. How will you lead the Lee County District through the second phase of the pandemic and into the mid-2020s? His responses are, I would be collaborative to make sure stakeholder groups are at the table to provide their thoughts. I would also seek input from medical experts to ensure we are following the latest health guidance. I would make certain mental health and SEL supports are in place for staff and students, because that is going to be necessary moving forward. This is at the heart of the issue, and people need support. Basically a quote. I would look at tried and true ways, but also innovative ways to accelerate learning for students by having an asset mindset instead of a deficit mindset. We need just right leadership. What Lee County needs right this moment. What does all our data say, and how do we use that data moving forward? So those are his bulleted responses to that question. Next question is, how will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout the Lee County communities as both a school leader and a collaborating community leader? Responses are, first and foremost, being visible, being out in the community, and as a very active partner who listens first. Additional responses include engage authentically, consistently, and strategically, so the community has a true voice while the district leverages their collective supports, and then bring and put them in a position where they can be brought in from the community as well as from school staff. Next question is, how will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practice of the district? This is more than engagement. It is about feedback loops, two-way communication, so both entities can learn from one another. Establish deliverables and design matrix to measure against, and then make sure to report out the progress. This needs to be done so changes can be made where needed and when needed. Next question, how will you ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to Lee County students across the district? I am a leader who believes in providing as many opportunities to students as possible. We cannot be innovative enough. When we say all students, we should be counseling with all students to know what they want to participate in, what programming is working, and what needs to be revamped. I want to hear from students directly. I want to know what else they might be interested in. And this last response is, I would also ensure we have the finances available either through current dollars or potential grants or partnerships. Last question. Please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current and previous positions. There are two parts to my answer. In Broward County, I did significant work with high schools where the graduation rate was in the 70s. They worked very hard at social and emotional learning for their students. They created systems and structures to ensure that they were truly student-centered. And they created high school schedules so all students had one adult to connect with regularly for mentoring, guidance, counseling, and intentional academic success or acceleration. This implementation increased our graduation percentage rate to 95%. The connection of social, emotional, and academics was key to the success. In Denver, we're currently working, the work is currently ongoing. We are ensuring schools are using data to address the academic areas students are not performing, and what plan is being put into place to address the gaps. We look at the data beginning in our elementary schools, so instructional changes can be made beginning there and will flow upward through the feeder patterns. Background summary, investigation summary, Google and internet checks found nothing negative or controversial. Those were from Google, DuckDuckGo, Bing, and LinkedIn. The reference summary responses, Mike is an instructional leader. He is incredibly strong with soft skills. Also a great thinker in the area of organizational leadership. You can see the big picture. He does a lot of written communication and is very good at it. And he's even better in person. Communication is genuine, authentic, and values people. He's had to establish community partners to benefit the schools and districts. And this was natural work for him as he's engaging strategic with his time and energy and is willing to put the extra work in for these partnerships to be actualized. This statement from one of the references is that Mike is in the top 2% of the people I know as far as his integrity, character, and values. References spoke about adverse situations that he has faced with grace and tenacity as part of a team that led through a teacher strike and to cut budget by quite a bit. He was intricately involved in all of these elements. Mike has the resiliency and heart to lead the district in all different times and situations. That's the presentation of Dr. Michael Ramirez.
Okay, thank you. Questions regarding? Ms.
I have one. In researching Mr. Ramirez, he was up for a position in Polk County recently, and is it that he is trying to get back to Florida from Denver? I mean, am I allowed to ask that, or, and is he up for?
Yeah, he has an interest, but it's a very selective interest. Meaning he's not applying for all Florida openings, I can assure you of that.
And is he up for any other positions at this point? I know Polk was unsuccessful. Are there any others that he is a finalist for at this point?
No. No, if you recall, he said he was not an applicant anywhere else in his response.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Ms. Patrica?
Again, because I'm new to this process, I'm going to probably ask some pretty silly questions, but as I went through, the reference letters, I saw that his were written at the beginning, at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021. Are those still considered reliable? Is that common practice when a superintendent is looking for a new job? They just use the same reference letters for every position they're seeking? Can you just give me a little of your experience on that issue, please?
Sure, and I'll start, Dale or Molly, if you want to weigh in. Usually they're used, remember Patricia, for at least a year. The fact that we actually don't rely on the letters and actually go into the individual interviews, which were done in the last 2 weeks, that's where we find a sense of currency to it. If we see a cover letter or reference letters that are 2 and 3 years old, then I think it's time to raise your eyebrows. That's my experience. Dale, and then Molly, I don't know if you want to respond.
I would say, even from personal experience, you know, if somebody gives you a great reference, you don't go back, you know, you probably aren't going to go out and say, write the same thing again and just put a different date on them. So a lot of times that happens. But as Mike said, we rely more on our, you know, really kind of digging. And the important thing that I think we need to highlight is that we ask to talk to people who are not references. And that, frankly, is what we value more than anything. Because everybody has 3 friends, you know, so.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Gittens. I had also noticed that he had applied for Polk. So some of those letters, I was assuming that probably went to Polk County. Now they're coming to us. That's how I had looked at that. But I do appreciate the fact that he is familiar with Florida. That's a good thing. And the places that he's worked, the diversity and all of that kind of like chimes in, kind of like who we are. So I appreciate that as well. Any other questions? Ms. Fisher, did you?
I was just going to make some comments. As I researched on Dr. Ramirez, I noticed that he has broad experience in many different departmental areas. He is bilingual and the only applicant who is. And his experience with diversity and issues that might be compared with COVID or other, like he was involved in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and he really looks to be student-focused and familiar with the large community as well as Florida law. So I had a little extra star next to his name.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Well, if I may add to that, the demographics of the Denver School District where he's at are very similar to ours as well, as far as the demographic breakdown. So.
Yeah. Thank you, I'm sorry, Ms. Giovanelli?
The only question I have is actually to Mr. Caldwell. Dr. Caldwell. My question is, you have these ranked as your top one, or is this random?
This is random.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
this is
clear.
random.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you. Mr. Collins?
Okay. Your third candidate is Michael Gall. This would be the example, if you will, is what I would call a hybrid candidate. And though I know everybody wants an educational experience, and he does have those, but he comes to you also as a very decorated and long-term veteran, as well as he has been president of 2 education-related companies, one in the operations side, and then one now in the curricular side. I just want to point those out. And so then I'll go through the questions. Has he applied for other jobs? The answer is yes, and he's in the process. I can tell you firsthand that he is at least in the interview process in 2 other locations. He's available for hire. In other words, he's president of this education curricular company, but he can be available at any time. So the question about the board opportunity or contract does not fit here. Have you ever been bought out of a contract fire and asked to resign? The answer is no. Are there any situations involving you currently or in the past that we need to know would impact the application? The answer is no. Do you have any problem with our firm contacting individuals other than those references being identified? The answer is no. And now responses to the questions, which are, so how will you lead Lee County School District through the second phase of the pandemic and into the mid-2020s? It said, in these remarkably interesting times, I will encourage them to make decisions and stick to the decision. This school districts have allowed too many options, and they need someone who can solve these difficult problems. Next question, how will you position and practice your role as a superintendent throughout Lee County communities as both a school leader and a collaborating community leader? I must say that this person must be extremely visible, both internally and externally in the district. They must have excellent listening skills, and they must legitimately engage all segments of the community in appropriate and necessary discussions around the direction of the district. Next question, how will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the district? His only comment was I'll bring them together and develop an action plan for the district and see that it has measurable goals and is implemented on time. How will you ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to the Lee County students around the district? He will review all programs being offered, wants to make sure they are aligned with the curriculum, and then he wants to make sure all students are making satisfactory progress and that these programs contribute to that success and that progress. And he wants to make sure that these programs also help check off different gaps that students may have or the district may have, and that they fill other student needs going forward. Last one, please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current and previous positions. In these last 3 districts, and you know where they are, there were major achievement gaps and issues. They worked together to decrease these gaps in all areas by guaranteeing that all students were receiving a quality education. And the curriculum was developed and aligned based on the success of closing those gaps. The background summary is that all the Google and internet checks, and they found nothing negative or controversial. The references spoke extremely highly to his candidate's ability to align himself with proven educational leaders, to be effective in the lives of all students. They referenced his military career along with his educational career, and then other references were based on his work in Detroit and Washington as significant assets to the success of the district or the improvement of the district. Wealth of experience is making him a vital candidate for your consideration. That's Michael Bell.
Okay, questions, please, comments? Ms. Gittens.
One that I have, I know we had discussed having someone with corporate experience and all of that, but I'm wondering, unless I missed it, there's no mention of the net worth of the companies that, and the basic size of staff and all that he managed with, I think it's the two companies, so, yes. I'd just like to know how does the synergistic and the able education, what is the net worth and the number of staff?
I don't have enough information to thoroughly answer your questions. Is Member Gibbons, I can tell you a little bit, only because I know a little bit. I'll tell you what I know, but it's not sufficient. So in Synergistics, they have what I would consider part-time staff all over the country. They are hubs and based out of Texas. And I'm aware of that the actual full-time staff is in the 20 to 30 range that I know of, but for all I know, it could be 50 to 75. I'm just telling you what surface information I know. The behavioral education is a curriculum instruction on online environment, and it's my understanding that that staff is under 25. But again, I can't verify that. That's what I'm aware of, or actually it's just reference. But I didn't delve into any of that. So I don't have a full, complete response for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli, then Ms. Vaughn.
The question that I have is that when I went to the Babel website, he wasn't on it at all. He wasn't listed, and that was a little. Everybody else was the CEO and everything, but there was no president. There was a vice president, but no president. So, do we know why?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
I don't either.
Ms. Vaughn? Oh, I'm sorry. Doctor, did you have? Okay.
No, either.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. Ms. Vaughn, please.
Okay, he is very tightly aligned with the man who became the chancellor of the DC schools when Gall became the the deputy chancellor. I see that there was a huge scandal that involved Antoine Wilson, and the comment that, and I didn't catch his rank. Was that listed? What was his military rank? I didn't see it, or,
He was an officer. He
well, obviously, yeah.
He went to the Air Force Academy.
Well, obviously, he's an officer at Air Force Academy, but I found it, having some knowledge of this, being married to a Marine Corps officer for many years, I find it rather unusual that there is no mention of his rank, and that would be significant whether he had advanced, in fact, in the military, or whether he was passed over, forced out, we don't know. But he does make, I'd have to go back here, but he does make the comment that Antoine Wilson resigned. Well, it looks like he was forced to resign, and that, I'm going to call him Mr. Gall, moved on after that. So I'm just wondering to what extent, and this is why I put a big no next to him. I feel like there's some gaps, and I feel like there might be a story there on, because he came as a package. He was asked by Antoine Wilson to come with him. Do you know anything about that, or was that discussed at all? Was he also forced to resign? He just says he moved on, I think was the wording. But it's very likely since...
He was not named, he was not named in any form or fashion with the situation that required Antoine Wilson to resign. It was not part and parcel of anything. That's all I can tell you.
Well, and to me... To me,
It's not
it's,
my understanding that he was. But you keep in mind that he was in Oakland when Antoine was there and worked for Dr. Wilson, and then when Wilson went to DC, he reached back out in the first X number of months he was there and asked him to move to DC and be a deputy chancellor there, and then Dr. Wilson was asked to resign. That's all accurate.
asked to resign apparently amid a scandal, and I understand all that. That's real obvious, but what's not obvious to me, and that's why I'm asking the question, is whether, I know if I were interviewing him, I would ask that question, and it's not unusual because we've had that situation here in schools. All companies do that. If somebody kind of comes as a package deal, you bring in a new chancellor and he or she brings in a few of his or her people, that the person goes as well. I mean, there could have been a scenario where he moved up to be chancellor, and honestly, I'm not going to support this one because I'm hearing, you know, you vetted him, and yet there's such a big red flag here that I certainly would like to know more about. So I just have a problem with this aspect.
I know about the Washington setting at that time. And when Dr. Wilson left, and then there was kind of a transformation all around, primarily the curriculum and side of the district, and that's when those people came in. And Michael, it wasn't a matter whether he was aligned or not, but he certainly wasn't akin to who they were and where they were coming from. I can assure you.
Do you personally know him? You sound very...
I've met him. I mean...
So you personally know him?
I don't know. Well, I've talked to him about 4 times. I've talked to almost everybody in these people about 4 times.
Okay, you just sound unusually...
DC setting, I'm familiar with the DC setting at that time that Dr. Wilson left. That's where my familiarity is from, not necessarily with him. Or with his relationship.
Okay, I just needed to establish that because you sound a little almost defensive about... But anyway, be that as it may, I'm telling you what my problem is with him.
Sure. Please know I don't bring any favors to any of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Because the only thing I had seen is the same thing that Ms. Giovanelli had said. I did not see him on any of the staff or employees, as well as everything that he's done, all his positions and his employment experience has been under 2 years for every single one. Only one has almost made 2 years. That to me is always a concern if you can't stay at a job. So just the stability in itself. But is there any other questions that we have? If not, may we go ahead and, I'm sorry, Ms. Patrica?
So I just wanted to respond to the DC thing. I actually had a different take on that. Those are political appointments, and when the chancellor goes, his whole staff goes. So I was not remotely concerned about that. I mean, our current acting interim superintendent was in the same position when a new chancellor came in. He returned to the district. Unless the timing in my head is off, somebody's looking at me like they're confused. Wasn't it the DeSantis? That wasn't how that happened? Oh, my bad. I thought that was the timing of it. But just generally speaking, these are political appointments, so I didn't really put any weight into the fact that he left when his boss left, because that's how those things go.
Well, I'm sorry. May I respond?
Do you have some?
Yes.
Just my take.
Yeah, no, I was just going to respond. I appreciate your saying that. Before I ever hit the internet on this, I was looking at the dates, which I think are significant, and the first thing that popped into my mind was political appointment, because there are certain dates that scream political appointment, and I find it very unusual. I'm going to go back to, and so Ray and Associates, you don't have an answer on what his rank is, whether he was a retired military officer, or what his rank was when he finished that career. I didn't see it.
It doesn't say that.
I do. Just the research on the internet showed that he's a lieutenant colonel, or was a lieutenant colonel.
Yeah,
Is he retired or?
he's retired, and he receives a retirement. I am aware of that.
So he's a lieutenant, he's a retired lieutenant colonel, was that the Air Force?
Yes.
Yes.
He's Air Force Academy, I don't,
Yeah.
lieutenant colonel, all right, thank you.
Okay. And if we can move on, please.
All right, Dr. Scott Markswell. And this one is one of those, remember when we tell you we bring you all the information, we get as much information as we can. So Dr. Scott Markswell, you've read his application and his background and so forth. And we'll go into his situation and why he's not currently employed at the moment. Anyway, it says if you apply for other jobs, I have looked at other opportunities. I'm looking for the right fit, not concerned with size as much as I'm concerned with culture of mutual respect for the district. I have applied for some and had some interviews, and all are on different timelines. His current status is he's no longer with the school district, but he negotiated a separation agreement that is just getting ready to conclude in the middle of 2022. That he's no longer with, and so he's still on his separation agreement. The question about the board offering to renew his contract is NA. Have you ever been brought out of a contract? He says, we sort of described the situation, and then there was a generous separation agreement. Are there any situations involving you that we should know about? He said, I would encourage you and the board to do whatever necessary to have an understanding of the critical experiences. He says that when you look at different board members that I have and administrators that I have as references, you'll get a perspective. I would encourage you to do this. It's been difficult from the teacher union leadership all the way back to 2014 as they began taking issue with things, criticizing and complaining. The union started endorsing board members, and then we got to last year with COVID. They proceeded to want to fire any superintendent because of the situation with COVID, and it's been a big challenge. And he said he felt he had to err on the side of safety of students and staff, and that's why he did the things he needed to do. That actually eventually led to his separation agreement. So that's his vantage point. There's a lot of details about it, but that's the end result. Holly Lee County District through the second phase of the pandemic in the mid-2020s. Its first comment is there's no playbook for this. Most important is to err on the side of students and staff. The hand washing 6 feet order and help to stop the spread and come up with rules in the district that is helpful to both instruction and safety. Keep online learning as a potential option, but definitely prefer not to go there because of the complexities for families and parents. Next question is how will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout the Lee County community as both a school leader and collaborating community leader? All of this goes to your approach and how you carry yourself. Form relationships that will be positive, productive, and respectful. Some of the formal side and informal side are most important. Important to acknowledge these items and be upfront and add things that we are proud of. And practice of being both a collaborative community leader and a leader of the school is to keep in mind that this takes significant time, involvement, and sincere practice. How will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction of practice in the district? He would want to be respectful of the current practices in Lee County. In the past, he's created a community council with leaders from across the community. They came together to discuss and resolve challenges both in the schools and the community. And then he also put together staff and student councils to do the same, or to go through the same activities and process around different topics and challenges. We can ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to Lee County students. That you have to have student enrollment that matches the environmental course. Let me try to get that. You have to have student enrollment that matches such environmental course only if you have few students. Student demand drives enrollment, that drives learning. Students have indeed a high degree of interest in what's being offered. Look to build in ways to advertise the courses and inform students so they can be engaged in picking the courses they want and make sure we are staffed for the students and we commit to going forward. Please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap. This speaks to meeting the needs of all students, not just a few, and meeting the needs of students where they're at. To close the gap, we need to provide opportunities for students to improve reading, writing, and math. Built into the school day to help students. We have done this in the district. I've been superintendent. Find what is best for each student, find what is needed for each student, and then put those into practice. Students need the chance to do well and improve and succeed and at all levels based on where they are. The background, investigation background is really all the materials that have popped up in relationship to his time at Williams, New York. To be real, I'm just going to give you the highlights. In 2014, when he first got there was an issue of a 14-year-old committed suicide. For bullying, he addressed it. He also actually got rid of someone. Most of the community and most of the board were very supportive of what he did. It also became a problem within the HR department. He let the HR director of HR go, who was very closely aligned to the leadership of the union, and that's where the challenges began to surface. But he continued to progress, and he went through his situation all the way up to the beginning and opening of school in the early fall of 2020. The 2020-2021 school year, and he was given actually inaccurate information, again, from an HR department, and was told they had enough staff to hold him in a hybrid situation, and actually what happened was that they wound up 100 staff members short, and as well as those that were resisting to come into work because they were concerned about COVID. And so he went to online instruction as a result, and that's what created the challenges that it did for many others. Like, those are my summary words. I can go through all the different pages. I will tell you the most interesting thing, if it helps you any, is that he's been successful, but his references are his three previous board presidents, two of which that were in that district, as well as a professor at Rochester University, etc. So his board presidents that he worked for, both in Williams and prior, are extremely high on him in this decision making, etc. And that's the reason we brought him forward. Also, he's had real experience in addressing all the challenges that go with COVID. And obviously the question is, do you want to know more, or do you want to bring it in further?
Do we have, Ms. Gittens?
Questions?
Well, there was, in looking at Googling the situation that happened, it mentioned that there was a investigation or something about his situation in reopening schools. that was supposed to be completed in 2021. Did you know anything about the results of that?
No, because I think it's part of that investigation is what eventually led to the separation.
Okay,
That's all. That was all became clear.
okay.
Ms. Patrica?
May I answer that question?
Go ahead, Ms.
So they found, just on the surface, they found that he had made some mistakes, but it was really a straw that broke the camel's back kind of mistake. There were a lot of mistakes that were made along the way, and then his decision to put off the start of virtual school for those students that chose that was really just the last of many mistakes that had been made in the process. So he did have some blame or some culpability in terms of the investigation, but it was based on a lot of things that occurred before that.
Well, and I wonder, if I may,
Yes, go ahead, Ms.
and I
Gibbons.
wonder if those things were represented in his evaluations along the way, or was this just because of something that came up at this point? I just feel that'd be interesting to know.
Okay, Ms. Patrica?
This is just a
No.
different question.
If I may.
Oh,
can I-
go ahead,
can I
Mr.
one
Collins.
second? Mr. Trigger, could you wait 1 second?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Sure.
I just wanted you to know that actually in part of the report, it was stated clearly, and it was also stated by the previous board president, who's on the board, but not president now, that all his evaluations where he was always listed as effective or very effective, all the way up to 2 months before he was, before the separation agreement took effect. So
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to respond to the part about the evaluations all the way through all of his experiences, and that was verified by the various board presidents.
And thank you for that. That was my point, that sometimes one situation can kind of trigger a certain thing, but you have to look back at the history of how well the person did.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Okay, Ms. Patrica?
Yes, as I look at page 2 of the packet, where you have sort of the progression of his employment, I see that there's some overlap, and let me, I'm not sure, yeah, how can he be the administrator for operations in Rochester from 01 to 11 while simultaneously being the superintendent of Byron Bergen from 9 to 11?
Yeah, we went back and asked them. That was, because what happens is once we submitted it, it's locked. It was an error, typing error on his part. I know that's not a good answer, but that is the answer, but I appreciate you finding that. Sorry I didn't bring it up first.
That's all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, please? Ms. Giovanelli?
So for me, I feel he has too much controversy. He actually went against his board on a vote and their recommendation, and he did his own thing. And what's the point of a board if he can't follow their policy and what they voted on? So regardless of what it was, I feel like, you have a board in place for that, for policy, and that was totally, he went his own way and went against his own board. So I just think it's too much controversy. He's not on my list. Thank you.
And then I guess my question would be too, so it seemed like he's been there for, well, he had to find a job within 24 months. So is this him just trying to find a job in 24 months? Because I see that was part of his severance pay in order to make sure that he received more money in January, I believe it
But it was
was.
3.5 months. I'm sorry. That's what I saw.
So has he been applying to other places to show, because that's something that was a requirement for him?
Yeah, he's an active applicant, and not just with us.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Patrica?
Do we have a break scheduled?
We do. We have at 11 o'clock, I need to take a 10-minute break for the communications. I had asked me to do that. So we have 6 minutes.
Okay. So Do you want me to go ahead and try to get through as rapidly as I can the next candidate in that break?
I don't think we're going to make it through that, through the next one.
Is that all that he had on this one?
Is there any other questions regarding this gentleman? Ms. Fisher, do you have any questions?
Oh, thank you.
So do you think we can get through the next one in 6 minutes?
I don't.
Well, we'll go ahead and continue, we'll go ahead. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just take the break now, Mr. Collins, and then we'll come back and then continue on with our next person, if that's okay.
Excellent.
Okay, so we'll be on 5 when we return, 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Let me ask Mr. Dr. Kaufman. Right, yeah, that, I don't see that, well, you know what happened there. Yeah. Okay, so let me ask Dr. Kaufman. Okay. Okay, I understand.
we have everybody able to act online?
Look at even, go places, and much less write anything and give our feedback to the board members, because we're their constituents, they're our representatives, and it would.
Okay, we are back to our meeting, and the time is 11:14, and we will begin again. Mike, everybody's back on with us? Thank you. So if we could go ahead and proceed to the next one, please?
Good, and I thank everybody for the adjournment, and for everybody, especially as I take to it, it's definitely a marathon sprint. But as we go into time, we have to be hopefully, so it's also quicker, but that's the rush, making sure that everything's clear.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks everybody. And I'm remiss if I didn't say thanks to Lauren and everybody in my IT staff everywhere for really making this by far a much better reception. We appreciate all the extra work that goes into all of that, so thank you so much.
Thank you for saying that. We appreciate them as well.
So next candidate is Randy Muller. He's Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools and Public Schools, District 60,000, the largest district in Arizona. In regards to your question, the first question you applied for other jobs, our status. So he was with Lee County and Lard Public in Omaha, suburb of Omaha, and he's applied for Broward. But he was most interested in this, and obviously you guys were first, so again, the timing is extremely helpful. Randy shared that he works in the largest school district in Arizona. He's looking for the right fit. He wants and feels he's starting to take the next step in negotiation. He explained he's currently happy and doing meaningful work in our district, which is just would like to take the next step. And it's a good point, it's clear, it's also a good point. So these are words that are not just written policy. It's also a good point, his family's like his daughter's ready to enter high school, and his son is 10, so it's before middle school. So I think we all appreciate that whole family time portion. It's a temporary use of my career, this is my literal time to make my next step. He's on a year-to-year contract, on June 30th of every year. He believes that they review his superintendent has no issues when you have a professional relationship. She and he discussed with that she was not excited to actually look. The other talking about Congress, no. Any situation that we should know about can impact your application, the answer is no. Do you have any problem with our contact individuals other than our reference? The answer is no. The Lee County question. How do we the Lee County District is the second phase of the pandemic and ended in 2020? I looked at their strategic plan, 3 states, given that we've been a lot through the pandemic. I need either a leader or a teammate of an executive team. Sometimes I have to be a leader of the team. You would take time to listen, and be a good teammate. You would listen, be thoughtful, and then move forward. He would use the same styles to make sure everyone has a voice, and he would lead through with a common sense approach and a welcoming environment. He has implemented a comprehensive mitigation strategy as one of the largest school districts in the state. The second phase is keeping schools safe, creating an environment for inclusivity, staff at FEL feel comfortable in our schools, keep staff safe, and what was essential to get them back in taking things off their plates, keep staff in a good mental place, and keep our kids in a good mental place as well. I believe the future is very hard to predict how the pandemic is impacting people and where it might go. open and virtual for those who want to remain online, and it's still ongoing. He would have to be updated on what the county has done and what was done well, and what the things that were not done well, and then provide an environment for enhancing the successes and for making changes where those are necessary. Next question. How will you envision and practice your role as superintendent throughout the Lee County communities as both a school leader and a collaborating community leader? His first conference with us, your organizational chart made a lot of sense and contributed to this. He says that his leadership style as a leader of teams, and his role is to develop highly functional teams and trust people to do their job and develop their own teams. He practices, as a superintendent, he practices a scaled approach, and he wants to build a high-level functioning team. His model of developing a highly effective team is to model, and then have the model be replicated at other levels. He also is very supportive and committed to building authentic relationships. He does want to give a sense of freedom and responsibility, hire the best staff and trust them to do their job. He's looking for a single success to create the right conditions for people to operate. And he says right now, a lot of places, a lot of time being on secondary schools as trust leaders in the organization start to do their job as leaders as well. Next question. How do you engage and integrate the various stakeholder community group positions in the direction of practice of the district? He states, I pay attention to the key stakeholders, listen and develop advisory groups, and I work on it, and when I work on initiatives, there's a group of parents that are part of each initiative. I have a leadership group that meets, and I meet with them Monday, and I meet with them Wednesday. It's about scaling all the work because of the largeness of the district. And connect with leaders of various diverse groups. And I'm a strong supporter of equity. Trying to ensure equity and diverse teams are formed and are operational. And then I meet with city planners on all career pathways for students. Will you ensure continual offering success of the best array of programs we offer in Lee County to students across the district? Does he meet with community members? Listen to diverse groups? Build numerous connections through communication? Bring people together and focus on their desires? And then he built subgroups and identified the right people to lead the small effort. And mine was to check in and see what needs to be done and make sure it's happening. Next question. Please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current or previous position. I have 16 years behind the Pioneer District, and with various efforts we turned around the school. I also helped with brand new schools in Gilbert. I have taken schools to Monterey School. For my academic career, based on my resume, we were the second highest rated middle school in the state. We judged achievement through growth. And I should be thinking to what our public school is really for. And underneath that, it says, focus on workforce, focus on making sure students can collaborate, focus on making sure students, if they want to go into college, have a direct pathway, focus on making more students want to go to CTE and also have direct pathway. Focus on professional skill sets for students. 4 pieces in high school that work, produce speakers. How do we know they're really heard voice and choice for students and personalized learning approach? Anyone that's at all over. He also wants to build in cultural relevancy, reducing the learning and leading, focus on group work, complexity of the product. We are going to close the gap. We have to get to a higher level of activities in the classroom. And he probably follows to having and research transfer learning. Background investigation. Google did that, they were Facebook, Google, Instagram, in the church about negative, controversial. Reference summary. Did outstanding personal, real, stable, leader. All four references known as intelligent, brave, innovative, visionary, staker, inspiring public speaker, seeking a position where changing what these is looking for, and wanting to improve the system. He is very upfront. And he understands diversity, which is the strength of his from working with ASA. And one reference noted hashtag for social cohesion. We're all working together. He's a team builder and diplomatic and craft. He's passionate about public education. And he sees the need for changes in how teaching and learning are done so that all the students may experience success. He also has deeply rooted in Arizona State University. And there's passion there worried about losing the innovative work he was doing. He actually works with the Department of Education to secure an $8 million grant for their collective innovative work. However, no one wants to back him that excited. He is ready for a superintendent position. Quotes are uniquely valued, but I'm a very special person. And he's incredibly talented and cares deeply about public education. And would make a significant impact. Question.
Who would like to start off with some questions? Ms. Gittens, I'll start with you.
I didn't even raise my hand.
No, but go ahead, I know you have something to say.
Well, no, I mean, I like a lot of the things, especially the things that he was saying that he wants to do. The numbers as far as students was similar, but in his associate superintendent positions, did that include budgetary responsibility? Because I hear a lot of academic and that type of thing, which is good. But I just, and I know it's going to sound harsh, but giving someone an opportunity to start out being a superintendent with a $2 billion, 95,000 student situation is kind of a lot. Not that he couldn't do it, but it just gives me a little bit of angst, and I don't see a lot of the budgetary situation here.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
The only thing I'm aware of is that all of the budgeting preparation and presentation for all secondary schools in this district are his responsibility. That's as much as I can give.
That's what I was asking. It says, he was responsible for secondary schools, and he did that twice in two different areas, but he does not mention the budgetary, the finance part of it. That's my only concern.
Any other questions? And I also looked at the makeup of the demographics of the schools. A lot of the schools are similar to ours. However, the city itself is not, which I thought was pretty interesting. The makeup of the whole city, but when you dive into the schools, you can see that they are, the demographics kind of match what we are, and there are certain ones of their schools, as we have, with more reduced and free lunches, as well as English language speakers, non-English language speakers. So I thought that was pretty interesting as well.
And can I just say one more thing? This has been very interesting as you're looking at these resumes and information, to see areas like, he said there's like 60,000 students and their budget is 480,000. I'm like, how are they doing? Unless there's, the cost of living or whatever is cheaper to live there, but. No, I know. I mean, but how are they doing this? Is it a lot of grants in some of these areas? And it's kind of a rhetorical question, but it kind of jumps out at me. And not just with this candidate, but several of them.
Yeah.
How are you managing? So.
Okay, is there any other questions regarding this gentleman?
Yeah, can I interrupt?
Yes, please.
Member Gibbons, I may not be very well, so and keep in mind it's only my client. I think there's a set of zeros there missing in the end.
Well, that's what I was wondering, because I had a note to myself, I can't find it, which is why I didn't say it. But on one thing, it said 60K and 480, and then on the letter, it said 30K or something. There was a discrepancy in that.
Yeah, I don't mean to say that there are mistakes made, but I will tell you, you can't have 10,000 supervisors like staff and $480,000 budget anyway.
That's what I was kind of, I thought something was missing.
170 of it is.
I speak to anything about food ratings as good as sometimes when I'm well leader, but I'm very convinced there's a common set of zeros there.
Right. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And we can move forward.
Do I recognize the speaker on?
You're good. I believe, nobody, everybody can hear him? Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
All right, our next candidate is David Lee. And it says you applied to superintendent at District of California, District of 22,000 students. So then the one your job, so status, you actually named places to get to a visit California interview schedule, but actually fall slightly behind the county. What is your current contract status? It's a multi-year, 3 years over baby. His contract was set to July 21. He's never been brought out prior to resign. There's no situation which that he has to report that could impact his application, things that could impact his application. Do you have a problem with the firm contact of individuals? The answer is no. And now his response to the Lee County question. How do you Lee County schools through the second phase of the pandemic? Following the guidelines protocols and all established by the epidemiologists to assure that the staff are safe and will definitely include social and mental health safety and 100% transparency and sharing accurate information in a variety of methods to engage the community and to develop a coherent and clear focus and plan. Focus on the four C's coupled with literature and design, train, and implement an expansive academic achievement program and a continuous cycle of deep learning. Next question. How will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout the county community as both a school leader and a collaborator with community? Candidate believes in leading from the middle. There is vast experience in going to people to learn from them by asking the right questions and engage the community to develop enhanced collective effort and design. Develop district advisory committees, district advisory committees from a wide range of stakeholders and encourage participation from a diverse set of community members who have dialogue around issues. Use technology to engage with stakeholders in virtual or town hall meetings. How we engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the district. The candidate is very visible in the community that seeks to develop modern partnerships with a wide variety of stakeholder groups. Reach out to constituent groups and have discussions to solicit volunteer support for the district. Hold virtual town hall meetings and visit schools, talk to staff and students. Develop relationships with business partners and business roundtables throughout the year. How do we ensure that the continual ongoing success of the vast variety of programs offered is done across the district? Implementing providing opportunities and dialogue with all elements of the district and establish coherence throughout the district with included focus. Identify special programs and research outcomes. Align with information gathered with budget priorities. That's his response to the, and we turn our attention to the right. Please describe your processes at addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current and previous positions. He has created leadership teams, assembled people together to help in developing deep learning practices and accountability, resulting in alignment of all. Work diligently to internal process and apply the project from the 4 C's. Strong coupled with literacy and innovation. Conducted a Google etc. searches. This is one thing, and then we have pretty clear understanding of this, and then there was allocation that funds were used to purchase equipment, including the various school district and another school district.
Mr. Collins, I'm sorry, the last thing that you were saying, it was kind of,
Let me try.
thank you, that is perfect. Oh, yes, thank you.
I got to go out to people. That's clear. I mean, that's pretty.
Thank you so much.
So in the background investigation, using Google, et cetera, one thing that came up was there's an allegation that funds were used to purchase unapproved equipment, included in various school district and national district in an article. Upon discussion with the candidate and confirmation with additional research, the allegation was actually levied on San Bernardino County. So keep in mind that there was something that they were doing with the county, that it was the county that the allegations were made on, the county government, not the 2 school districts that are in the county, and that the California Board of Education has absolved San Bernardino of any wrongdoing. Claim was filed regarding the funds to support the various schools, police department. They had their own department. The candidate indicated that this was made an issue of the final on George Floyd. Having discussed for the summary of the 2 things that popped up. Reference summary, the reference indicated the candidate had an excellent communicator, listener, honest, hardworking, is a team player, an excellent communicator, highly visible, highly respected, and a highly respected asset in the school district and the community. He has been extremely successful in developing partnerships that have been beneficial to students and the district at large, both from a programmatic financial position. That's pivotal.
Okay, thank you. Questions, please? Go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
Not too bad. I just found it interesting that 22,000 students and 293 million? Am I reading those zeros right? Is that correct? Wow, okay. Yeah, maybe it's, I know, maybe it's one of the, what is it, the Silicon Valley areas or something, because that's a lot. He is very much supportive of Avid, and I'm thinking too, because that's the area where Avid's headquarters are in that area. So that may be why, because he's very, very supportive of that program. I'm trying to think. I really don't have anything else on.
Okay. And I will say, I did have an opportunity to watch one of their board meetings, which I thought was pretty interesting. It's kind of like a big board meeting. Yeah, I watched it. I watched one of them, and
A recent one?
yeah, pretty recent, and it was quite interesting. So I did try to see as many as I could videos. So I thought it was interesting as well. And yes, I did note the Advent as well, that he was part of that. It was just the difference of the schools district. I really wasn't familiar with the unified versus public, or, because when I looked up unified here, it's like North Nicholas.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of,
Yeah.
I don't know, concerning. I just thought it was definitely different. So I don't know if anybody else has it.
It's like they have different descriptive.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Giovanelli?
Do we know if he's in the middle of a contract right now? Looks like he's been there 5 years, so is it does he have a 5-year contract? How would he be leaving? Like, where's he at with his contract, I guess?
He has a multi-year contract, he has 3 years remaining.
Thank you.
And the contract we have renewed is a lot of time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn and then Ms. Gittens?
Something that was concerning about this man's background is that his last college degree, a master's in 1994, and it's, I kind of have a concern about what kind of, it's a different world since 1994, and obviously he's been in education, and that's just something that is a concern to me and really jumped out at me. Not so much the lack of a doctorate, which many of the other candidates have, but just kind of the lack of formalized training since then. Did I miss something? I didn't miss anything.
Superintendent since 2012.
Yeah.
So, and he was an administrator in San Bernardino since 2010. So I don't know if that helps.
No, because I'm looking at formalized training, because to me, people that, maybe it's my own education background, but I feel like people involved in education need to be lifelong learners. And it just really jumped out at me that his last formal degree was in 1994, and I didn't see any other really significant, everybody goes to workshops, conferences, but significant training since then, even though he's been, moving up ladders. That's just one of my own prejudices, I guess you could say, in looking at candidates. I like to see lifelong learners.
He's been like on-the-job training. Right? How to say that?
Maybe Pollyanna.
No, I think you had something else to say.
No, I was just laughing at you guys, how politically correct you are.
But I'd say, I'll add to that, there's all sorts of professional development outside of the traditional public education. So a lot of superintendents are highly educated and lifelong learners. Even though they may not have a degree.
Mr. Collins?
I realize that.
Speaking?
As I said, the word significant, and to me, between 1994 and now, I would like to see significant training, and I didn't know if I missed something, but again, everybody in education goes all the time to conferences and that sort of thing.
I don't think I'm perceived as having to show up for role.
I'd certainly put it if my last degree were in 1994, but.
Ms. Gittens, do you have one more question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I don't know if you asked this, Mr. Collins, but in questioning each of the candidates, was there ever anything about, what's the word for it, an example of a very difficult or a trying time with academics or with finance? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, the answer is no nowadays. But if you don't mind, I'm probably going to take that idea and employ it in the future. So there's no.
Yeah, I think it's always a good thing, and I know with the district, we do a lot of the experiential interviewing. Give us an example of when you had to deal with a difficult financial situation.
Yeah, and then again, when we get to start working on the interview questions and so forth, maybe we can reshape one of the ones that starts to get at that as you look at the interview questions in the second part of this work today.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Collins, you can proceed, please.
All right. The next candidate is Dr. Kenneth Savage. In regards to if you apply for any other jobs, the answer is no. Your current contract status, I'm under contract as interim superintendent until the post has been found. As a board offered to renew your contract, you wrote no due to interim status. Have you been bought out of a contract, fired, or asked to resign? The answer is no. Hold on a second. Okay. Are there any situations involving you currently in the past that we need to know about which may impact your application? If so, would you elaborate? There is one thing, my interim contract, there is a clause that says I will not apply for a permanent position, but the attorneys have advised me that it's not enforceable and I can apply. The board is aware of this clause and encouraged me to apply.
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Just go ahead and continue reading. Thank you. We'll come back to questions.
Do you have any problem with our firm contacting individuals other than the references? The answer is no. In response to the Lee County questions, the first one is, how would you lead through the second phase of the pandemic? And the responses were, the pandemic has revealed some underlying problems here and across the country. Staffing, mental health, trauma, and wages are things that need attention and care. These foundational elements need to be adapted in a unique and innovative way. And I will work with the board and leadership team to do that. I would like to further leverage available technology and how we deliver instruction and engage students in learning. Broadcast selecting great teachers across many classes is one example of a best practice being used that has garnered positive results. And then certainly building on what we are doing now with intentionality and strategic thinking. How will you position and practice your role as a superintendent throughout the Lee County communities as both a school leader and a collaborative community leader? I see this as the main tenet of the superintendent because the success of the community is the success of the district and vice versa. This should happen intentionally, yet organically, and in a genuine way, because that is when it becomes a true partnership that supports both entities. We can collaborate on anything that comes up. Next question, how will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the districts? Two-way communication and engagement are critical. We will co-create the direction and practices of the districts. This can be done through surveys, stakeholder focus groups, and town hall meetings. This approach must be nuanced through because there are many different stakeholder groups and communities. We must listen. This is the only way we learn and can then engage and inform from there. Next question is how will you ensure the continual offering and success of that array of programs being offered to the Lee County students across the district? And responses, this has been part of our identity for a long time. Being strategic with placement of the programming is important, and making sure the programs are being implemented to the highest level are keys to being able to continually offer and maintain programs such as these. Please, the next question is please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current and previous positions. When I was the principal of a persistently struggling school and closed the achievement gap, it was an all-hands-on-deck approach. We use that approach still today on a larger scale. As a team, we worked to meet all the basic needs of the students first, and we employed superior instruction. We also enlisted the support and assistance of the community, so we are not alone in the work we are doing. Empowering students, families, staff, and community members is a game changer as well. Belief in themselves and their skills is vitally important. Google search, etc., the Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, etc., LinkedIn, they found nothing negative or controversial. Reference summaries are, Ken has a heart that is in the exact right place. He wants to see the children and families of the district soar and can do that in the context of education. He is a results-oriented, proven educator. He does have soft skills to build consensus, yet he can make tough decisions. He is open, takes the stance of a learner, and will always do the right thing to educate children. Transformative leader to his core, is bold and in a thoughtful way. Highly effective communicator. Honest, transparent, and forthright. And is sincere and has extremely great eye contact with people. He makes people feel like they've been heard and knows and understands teaching and learning. And most of all, he knows people and how to empower others. That's it.
Any
questions?
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Any questions? Comments? I do not believe that we have any comments or questions, so if you'd like to go ahead and move forward, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, next candidate. We're getting close. We're getting close.
Yeah, we're good.
This candidate is Christopher Bernier. He's the chief of staff in Clark County Schools, which is Las Vegas, and also the district of 310,000 students. If you apply for any of the jobs, the answer is no. As your current status, annual renewal contract. Has the board offered to renew a contract? No, not at this time. Will occur later in the year. Have you ever been bought out of fire? No. Are there any situations involving you currently in the past that would impact your application? The answer is no. Do you have any problem with current contacting individuals other than those references? The answer is no. Now we come to the questions. How will you lead the Lee County District through the second phase of the pandemic? As a servant leader, students and staff will be his priority. Devise plans that are flexible to pivot as deemed necessary and appropriate. Next question. How will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout Lee County communities as both a school leader and a collaborating community leader? He has vast experience in developing relationships and making connections that result in the investment of time and funds to support school initiatives. And he interacts with stakeholders in government relations to develop projects and programs as a significant part of his responsibility. How will you engage and integrate the various, next question. How will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the district? Review the district's strategic plan and data to collaboratively determine priorities. Meet frequently to get the community effort aligned with the district outcomes. And communicate and engage stakeholders on a regular basis. Next question. How will you ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to Lee County students? Identify the best programs for children. Implement a competitive compensation practice to support employees. Work with the finance department and appropriately budget and direct funds to these programs. Describe your successes in addressing and reducing the cheat gap in the current position, current or previous positions. As a principal, the candidate moved the school from the ERS status to 1 point from A status within a 2-year period. Successfully turned around the high school. Implemented a universal assessment for gifted and specialty programs for a more equitable selection process. Reviewed and revised academic practices, and reviewed and revised discipline practices. All the Google, DuckDuckGo, et cetera, the internet checks, nothing negative or controversial. 3 of the 4 references interviewed stated that the candidate has high integrity, excellent organizational and communication skills, high community visibility, public relations, and work with the school board are highlights of his. Directly interfaces with government officials and has a deep passion for student achievement. Even though the candidate is not served as a superintendent, his references believe he is a quick study and ready to take on that leadership role. That's Christopher Bernier.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Morgan.
I'm just going to make a comment about the professional membership's community activities. I mean, he clearly is engaged in the community. He is walking the talk. I was very impressed by what I saw.
Ms. Patrica.
And the references, Jenkins from Orange is, I think, one of the best superintendents in the state of Florida. And his current superintendent, I don't know how you say his last name, Jara? Is also a phenomenal. Thank you. He's also a phenomenal superintendent.
And I would say I was very impressed by him. I'm not sure what it was, but I know that he was familiar with Florida, familiar with virtual schools. I love how I've watched several of his interviews with students. I watched his interview with community, which I thought was fabulous. They actually had a virtual one with where you could actually call in and text your message to ask him the questions. He spoke about the gifted students, which I thought was fabulous, and equity and access regarding universal assessment in second grade to make sure that, and have free screening, to make sure that all of our kids have the opportunity to be tested for the gifted. He spoke about the children with special needs, the bridge to learning, making sure that we're not retaining these children, taking them where they're at and moving them forward. And his motto is listen, learn, then lead. Because if you don't listen and learn, you cannot lead. Let's see, he's familiar with the diversity of the work for the future. He just has a lot of good access. And another one of his things was exceeding expectation. So I just thought, and promises made, promises kept. Just little things that like stuck in my head with him. Ms. Gittens?
Well, one of the things that I liked, even though he hasn't been a full in charge superintendent, is the fact that he is familiar with Florida and all of the rules and regs and everything else for Florida. But I'm impressed at the fact that he left the room, so to speak, and went out to a totally different area. So coming back into Florida, he would have that broader, big picture perspective that we keep talking about. He has a different perspective of something else and somewhere else to come back to add to his experience in Florida. So that to me was, and the size, of course, of the district is unbelievable. So, yeah, I think that's about it.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I liked what Ms. Morgan said about the community engagement, and, you know, one of the things I feel like we need to balance is a lesser position in a really big school district, you know, kind of weighing those things versus a superintendent in a smaller district. And this is really petty, but I just have to say it because I wrote it down. Why the heck did he start his cover letter, gentlemen?
Saw that too.
Ouch.
That just, when I saw that, I'm like, gentlemen, who's he writing to? And when in 1960 was that the last time gentleman colon for a business letter? I'm sorry, but that's, I mean, it's very small, it's very petty, but frankly, I didn't get it. I'm like,
But the female.
I'm sorry?
I appreciate, but
You're cutting.
Molly, you
Cutting
are
out.
really cutting off, hon, very much.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want an email, because I appreciate there's from 1,000%. But please keep in mind that this candidate was Steve Christopher Collins and Steve Cochran. So sometimes they mess up and they will address cover letters to the associates with the firm and not the board. So not making excuses, but that email I've learned to kind of give the benefit of the doubt when it comes to this situation. Wanted to share that. But I
Yeah.
certainly appreciate where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting him out because he wrote gentleman, but I just, as a long-term feminist, it like whoosh,
No,
jumped out
I
at
noticed
me,
that.
and I see several of us had
Yeah,
the same reaction.
absolutely so.
I just had to say it.
Thank you. Any other, Mrs. Fisher?
Yeah, I noticed also that he had experience with budget and finance and instructional programs.
Right.
And some notable activity with diversity and equity. He was one of the three that I had a star next to, and I really would like to see more about him.
And I'd like to add, if I may, that in my experience, even in my own district, people who've been in a larger district at the second level are hungry. So they come in and they've learned all the mistakes that people made, so they come in and that experience is, most of the people who've done that I've seen have been very successful. So I just wanted to say that.
I will say too, on one of the things that I had seen, he said that that's kind of like what you just mentioned. He has the opportunity, he runs the district to allow as the chief, to allow the superintendent to be out in the community. But he also schedules his time to make sure that he is still out there and very much seen in the community. So that's when you look at all the names of obviously the associations that he belongs to, you can see he's pretty active. Ms. Gittens?
Well, when I looked at the notable contributions of all the wording there, for some reason, teacher retention improved 15% jumped out and grabbed me by the throat, so that's neat. Very impressive.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I just wanted to say that my notes were that I thought he was well-rounded, and what Ms. Morgan brought up is something that I've been looking in here, is how active someone is, and when I don't see that activity, that really is a big deal. It's very important to me, so thank you.
I think that we can move on. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Good. Candidate 9. Dr. Dan Bell. Question number 1, have you applied for any of the jobs? Yes, I've applied for 3 others. All 3 of their processes are behind the scenes. What's your current contract status in the middle of the 5-year contract? And they talked about you, not yet, that will not happen until later in the term of the contract. Never been brought out, required, or resigned. He has no situations that he needs to raise with us that could impact his application, and he has no problem with us reaching out to other people. With responses to the questions, how will you lead Lee County School District through the second phase pandemic and into the mid-2020s? He says, with a preference to in-person learning, doing as much as possible in promoting vaccination among students and staff and all safety measures. At the end, decisions taken in consultation with the board and health authorities. An agenda for promotion for the future of learning, looking for resources, materials, facilities, and professional development in areas such as robotics, AR, and ED. Third item, promoting a professional learning communities approach at work and balance literacy model throughout the district. Next question, how will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout the Lee County communities as both a school leader and a collaborating community leader? Visibility would be the approach with participation in community groups and organizations, formal meetings with community and/or staff, contacts with clergy, government, etc., listening to different constituencies, and people who work on youth issues. We make sure to continue video messages as I do now. How we engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the district. We would develop a strategic plan for that purpose, as per above, different types of opportunities to being visible throughout the community and listening to different views. How will you ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to Lee County students across the district? Start with multi-year, stable, and careful budgeting, analyzing the efficacy of programs and their needs, making decisions according to the quality as much as popularity of the program, and making changes in the programs that need improvement. Using a TQM approach, which is total quality management approach, to decision-making for all programs. Please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current or previous positions. Currently and in the future, developing capacities among teachers, creating an environment in which teachers and not only administrators can look at data and interpret data in ways that inform instruction, and then fostering collaborative, interdependent work among teaching teams in all buildings. Background, the Google and internet searches yielded Facebook and Twitter pages mostly with work and family posts. LinkedIn file due to being, he has a larger, extensive LinkedIn file due to being a co-author of 5 books on autism spectrum, several publishing related sites on his books, and digital newspaper articles on district stories. Searches found nothing negative or controversial. Dr. Betts is in the reference summary. Dr. Betts is an administrator with strong human resource skills, allows him to foster teamwork and recruit quality staff. Strong communicator who has great expectations from staff and celebrates their successes. Development knowledge of school district operations. In Philadelphia, management, excuse me. My time's getting tied up here. In Philadelphia, he managed a sizable budget in ways that were fiscally responsible and distributed resources with fairness and attention to equity. Also in Philadelphia, he understood the political demand on schools and protected principals from this burden. He understands the importance of networking. He's an extremely ethical person who is fair, supportive, and impartial, and who champions the right issues. Dr. Betts thinks out of the box. He's in the habit of providing weekly updates to the board and the staff. It's very visible at school buildings and rarely in the office, but always available via cell phone. He identified a list of community organizations, invited them to meet with him, and ended up participating in a good number of these organizations. He established a format for parents, staff, and community at large to submit questions and concerns, which he often directed to the person most qualified to answer rather than trying to answer himself. He has ample experience and is effective, He has ample experience and is effective in dealing with ethically, economic, and linguistic diverse populations. Dr. Deanna.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Patrica?
Yes, so how is the candidate the assistant superintendent in Philadelphia from 2013 to present and in Chambersburg from 2018 to present simultaneously?
Unfortunately, I think we know.
Another time.
Cycle, thanks.
It's different somewhere else in the resume. So I had that same question.
And then on page 3 of the packet, it says that Philadelphia has 130,000 student enrollment, but on the first page of the resume, it says 23,000.
That's
That's
what I
his
had.
position.
His position is to oversee the 23,000 students?
Isn't he a regional? I'm sorry,
Mr. Mike, could you answer that question, please?
It's a workshop.
Isn't that a regional?
Yeah, the total, if I may, the total district enrollment is 130,000. He was directly responsible for 23,000 of those, under his supervision, 23,000.
Yeah, that's
Thank
it.
you.
Can I?
Go, okay.
Oh, wait a minute, and can I just finish my comments?
Yep.
I did like the fact that he was a published author on students with disabilities. I thought that was unique amongst all the applicants.
Ms. Gittens?
Well, where I was confused was what we just talked about with the number of students and all that. So his 23,000 students and 600 million budget, and then in another place it was 10,000 students with 1.6 million, and then another place it was 156 million. It was, I don't know if it was zeros or typos or it was not actually jiving for me. I don't know if you want to address that, but and then I'll ask my second question.
Mr. Collins?
No, I'm looking for a result. I think those just became different things that he's directly responsible.
Well, my other question is a little more generic. On your application form, the question about do you hold the superintendent license for this position, and I know Attorney Bruno had addressed the fact that in Florida it is not necessary or we don't have that. So just kind of, to me, a caveat, having it on the application does give you some of a subliminal message that this person may be, a step above because they have it. So my suggestion is that in future, if there are districts that this doesn't apply to not have it on the application, because there are people, that don't have it that are just as qualified, and we don't need it in the state of Florida.
Okay, any, Ms.
If I may, on the candidate report.
Yep, go ahead.
Dr. Jackson has been certified in Florida, and but would be able to do so quite well. That's what we have. And so it was brought up in the candidate report.
Right, but what I'm saying is we don't have that here in Florida as a necessity. So
Correct.
and I don't know if you use that as criteria in selection of the 10.
No, because mostly not at all. One is not just because you're in Florida, but we've never had one that couldn't get certified or licensed. So, most of them are reciprocal, but they're not reciprocal. They have to go through some cafes, and they might have to take one class or one workshop or whatever. And then basically, all states that have a requirement have an allowance of time other than 6 months or a year to get it done, and they can still be licensed.
Okay.
I don't know if that's helpful, members, but that's what we see all the time.
I guess what I'm saying, in our district and our state where it's not required, having it on there for the people that do have it and others that don't, it's a moot point, but it does create somewhat of a class system of, oh, well, this person actually has this. So if it's not relevant to our district, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica?
Yeah, just a question for the board to think about. I don't even think multi-year budgeting is like a feasible possibility in Florida. And the multi-year, because we never know where our funding is going to be from year to year from the state. So the multi-year budgeting piece was mentioned not only in the written materials, but in the materials that Mr. Collins read to us in terms of his responses. So that was a little bit of a concern for me with regard to lack of familiarity with the reality of school finance in the state of Florida. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Is there any other?
Yeah, my only comment to that would be, if I may, is that I think he was speaking about his previous experiences, and not necessarily comparing to Florida. I could be wrong, but that's how I read it.
Okay, and I had noticed that he'd left without completing his, what was it? He stepped down without like any kind of notice. It looked like he had a 4.5-year contract, and he left within less than 3 years into it for the Bowertown School District. It said he did that. And there was something else that took place in Philly as well.
The stepping down before the contract's concluded is not that uncommon, if I may have done it.
Okay.
Right, there's a very good chance that whoever you select will actually be leaving before their contract is concluded.
Gotcha. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was out there as well. I don't know if anybody else, Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, I was just going to say, but up north where those smaller school districts are in the bigger metropolitan areas, they often move around, and he was in the assistant superintendent with the school district of Philadelphia from 2013, so he had a long tenure there.
Yeah, but I know there was something that was taking place with their performance arts in Philly as well, when he was the superintendent there. I'm not sure if that was, recall what it was now. Ms. Vaughn?
of all the candidates that were selected, he really has a very weak cover letter, and it's, as a person who looks at these kinds of things, basically, he didn't even bother to write paragraphs. Just kind of bullet pointed, and to me, it's unfortunate because I think this is when you've got two people that are close, when I look at something like this, I think, wow, couldn't he have taken a little more time to actually write some paragraphs and catch our interest?
I noticed that as well, for sure. Are there any other comments?
Has he, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
Well, has he applied, I think I missed that. Has he applied for other positions, Mr. Collins?
Yes. He's applied to 3 other districts, but their process is behind the scenes. That's the quote from him.
Okay. I don't know if that's a comforting comment.
All right, seeing no other comments, questions, we could go ahead and move on, please. Thank you.
Candidate number 10, Dr. Lloyd Jackson. We applied for other jobs. We have 2 other positions that closed in early January. The application closed in early January. He's been working in a single-year contract. Contract to be renewed, yearly contract is contemplated in the school year. He's never been bought out prior to resign. Let me go off speaker, I'm sorry.
There you go.
There's nothing, he has nothing to offer that would have a negative impact on his application. No problem with us contacting other individuals. His response to the questions, how we lead Lee County School District through the second phase of the pandemic in 2020, working in collaboration with all voices that need to be heard, both in handling the pandemic and future goals, student, parents, staff, and community voices. We foster a collaborative way of working with teachers and students throughout the decision-making process. The question is how will you position and practice your role as superintendent throughout the county communities, as both a school leader and a collaborating community leader. The superintendent gets involved in community organizations, being visible and observing and open for policy. Also being visible and approachable in the district and throughout the community. How will you engage and integrate the various stakeholder and community group positions on the direction and practices of the district? By calling for the creation of groups and committees that give voice to different constituencies, the teachers' council, student groups, business advisory councils, parent organizations are the examples here listed. How will you ensure, next question, how will you ensure the continual offering and success of the vast array of programs being offered to Lee County students? Making sure that all programs are known by the community, having checkpoints for evaluation, making sure these programs are quality, and the improvement of program work and management. Next question. Please describe your successes in addressing and reducing the achievement gap in your current or previous position. Currently conducting comprehensive review of on and low performing schools. Attention to attendance rate. Attendance rate is vital for determining success. Using formative assessments to screen success in students and their performance. Paying attention to differentiation of data and not only averages. Desegregating the data for different groups at different times. And then high school with high poverty rate and decreased graduation rate. So that's the answer to the question. The Google, internet, all those searches found nothing. Reference summary. Dr. Jackson is a smart, strategic thinker, with strong communication skills. He's emphatic, personable, positive, and skillful in public relations. He's is a man of unquestionable integrity who holds himself to high moral standards. He is loyal and supportive of staff while holding himself and others to transparent accountability. He is visible in the community. He's a skillful presenter who is in demand by community groups to explain school and youth-related issues. Participates on several organizations, and he is a common presence at community and school events. Dr. Jackson has a hand on school's budget, and makes decisions based on student needs and equity. His work reflects his understanding and vast experience with issues of racial, social, and linguistic diversity. And Dr. Jackson is thoughtful and detail-oriented decision maker who is ready to lead a complex school system. Questions, please.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, please.
I think this is a good example of how different school districts name their various positions. Like we use chief. Looking at this, the first thing I notice is, okay, he's assistant superintendent of school leadership. And as you look on his resume, what does this do? He's a principal supervisor serving 13 schools. Now, I'm not meaning to put that down, but to me, that doesn't translate as well as some of the other people who may not even, well, most of them had some kind of superintendent, but actually the position before that, deputy superintendent, that's where oversaw day-to-day operations of maintenance, transportation, combined budget of 2.8. To me, that's almost, at least on the surface here, sounds more like it would translate to what we're doing. So I'm not quite sure about this, his change here, because he went from Arkansas to Missouri. So I don't know, but the latest position to me does not really translate well to what I'm looking for with experience in multiple areas.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Patrica?
Yeah, so I agree with you. I was looking for superintendent or at a minimum cabinet level experience, and this candidate currently reports to the deputy superintendent, doesn't even report directly to the superintendent. So I'm just echoing your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Patrica. Ms. Gittens?
Well, and what I will say is that he seems to be on a trajectory of each position is, in a sense, a little more experience. And the first, the deputy superintendent in a district with 3,700 students moved to a larger urban system, but it was only 15,000. And like you said, I think that a lot of these positions are, like Ms. Vaughn was saying, equivalent to our chief's level. And, again, I bring up the budgetary piece where as in charge of operations in an area of 3,700 or 1,500, what kind of budget requirements and how far were you stretched to deal with budget? And that to me is questionable.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? No, seeing none. I believe that was all of the questions, Mr. Collins.
Okay.
Or Dr. Caldwell, whomever.
Wow, did we get to clap?
Very good questions and conversation. Now we have our matrix expert, Molly, who's going to describe. And so I'll just begin with, can you hear me?
You have to get closer.
Okay, sorry. We are going to go through the matrix, and so this is a very, very rich discussion to identify who you think should be among the top candidates, and we'll discuss that going forward. But Molly does the best job of explaining the matrix and managing the matrix. So Molly, I'll turn it over to you.
And if I may, everybody had received a copy of that on your seat, so you have a copy of that matrix. Ms. Giovanelli?
So I had one candidate that I liked, so when do I bring that up?
Yeah, maybe now.
And
One candidate outside of the ones that was discussed? Yes. Mike, shall we talk about that now?
Yeah, you need to talk about it before the meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
okay, that's
So,
why I
yeah.
asked.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli.
So, one that I liked, because, and it was something that Ms. Morgan brought up, is I saw his credentials and his memberships, and was Mr. William Wayne Burke. And I hope I'm saying that right, I'm not sure. And he is presently a superintendent for the last 7 years, so I thought that he had, and looking at, his history was, I thought it was very comparable to some that was selected, and actually better. So for me, so I don't know what anybody else, if you're not familiar with it, then you wouldn't know, but I mean, he had a whole page of, I mean, he belongs to the, he's nationally certified as a superintendent certification, which I saw very few of that. He was a finalist as Kansas superintendent three times, last 2019, 21, and 22. And then he belongs to all these other associations, American Association of School Administrators, from 2006 to present. I mean, he just had things that I thought he was very active in his membership and responsibilities. He was out there and involved. So I don't know what else to say.
So maybe, I'm not sure, Dr. Caldwell or Mr. Collins, can you give us any kind of feedback on that particular person?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? One of the issues that I had brought up earlier was that I had seen him the first day, and then I went back to look further, and he's not available. And I did send an email to Molly to ask to please share Mr. Burke's information, because we can no longer, and since he's being brought up as a possibility, can it be sent to all of us?
What I thought we'd do is ask Molly to screen share the application for starters, some of that, and see if that's sufficient before we start sending out emails of it, if that's appropriate.
That's fine.
Do we still have the link? No, we
But
don't.
Molly's gonna have to have somebody let her, you guys gotta let her in.
Is that able to take place, Ms. Stillwell? Sure.
Is there a reason why we can't see it? Is it because you didn't vet them, or? I'm just trying to understand your process.
Yeah. Mr. Collins, can you please, or Molly, or Dr. Caldwell, you vetted all of the ones that we have seen. All the other ones were sent prior because they were asked to be seen, correct? However, through your process, that's where you came up with the 10 that we are now,
Right.
that we've just spoken about.
Right. And so Molly, you should be able to share. So we'll share this and go through it for you?
For that particular person?
That particular person, yeah.
Can you make it bigger, please?
Can you all see that?
Yes?
Yeah, can you, okay, yes.
And I guess I would want to know why this person would not have been on
I can't read it that
It's
fast.
going too fast.
Is there a reason that we can't receive that one application?
We'll send it out.
I mean, I don't understand why we can't receive the one.
Go ahead, Molly, you were going to say something?
Yeah, Molly? We can't hear you, Molly.
She can't be doing both at the same
Can you
time.
hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you now, yeah.
Okay. For some reason, it wouldn't let me talk while I was screen sharing.
It won't.
Unfortunately, we cannot send just one link without it. We have to send either all, like we did, or otherwise it can be shared. And with the breach that we had yesterday, at this point, we just have to go this route. With this person not being screened and vetted, this is what we have to do for our candidate care and to also meet the need of the board. I'll be more than happy to slow down my scrolling. We can take as much time as needed. And you guys can tell me what you're comfortable with as far as my pace, but we will have to do a screen share for a situation like this.
Well, may I?
Go ahead.
Okay, so initially you said that when you did send us that link, it was with a code that was only for us, and we received other information that's just not shareable. You can't mark it not shareable and let us see, because, I mean, my whole thing in the beginning was that I wanted to see the whole list. And I feel like I was not given that opportunity to look and to peruse through the rest of the list in the time frame that we were given. So.
And I completely respect what you're saying, but unfortunately, people outside of the board were also given that opportunity, and that's just something that we can't risk. So we have to kind of meet in the middle, and I can't send one individual link for this. I can either reopen that link, which I've been advised not to do, or I can pull up each candidate that you want to take a look at, and we can pull up the list of all 41 on the screen. And we can stop at any time and open up an application and slow it down and review and take as much time as you need to feel comfortable.
Go ahead, Ms. Vaughn.
Is it possible for maybe just the application, resume, and cover letter that we, as board members, get a printout for this one,
Screenshot or
guess
something?
a print
Is Ms.
of the
Giovanelli?
screen? Is that a
I
possibility?
think Ms. Giovanelli has that. Do you have one, Ms. Giovanelli, that can be copied?
I have everything.
Because I know, I don't remember particularly this one. It was really late at night when I went through the other 31 candidates, and I was just clicking on each, and there were some that were obviously not even close to being viable candidates. I don't remember this one in particular, but since two board members liked it, I would like a chance at least to start with resume, cover letter, and application.
So she's not, from what Molly's saying.
Screenshot and a printed screenshot, that wouldn't,
I think, Ms. Giovanelli, do you have it?
I have the application, the resume, and a reference list, it looks like, and a cover letter.
Okay, so
That's all I
may
have. I
they-
don't know if there was more, I can't remember.
Can they copy that?
Sure.
Would you share that for them to be
I'll come back.
copied?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Understand, one of the reasons that,
Can you share it with all of us?
Yeah, she's going to, well, Molly can pull it up, and then Ms. Giovanelli will share that with ever, so it will be seen on the screen.
so I think it's important to understand that Florida's laws are very different than most states. And so the 10 finalists we've interviewed, we've vetted, we've talked to, they've given approval to have their name public.
Right.
If I was a candidate and I wasn't part of the 10, we need to get my approval to do that because I don't want my board knowing that. So that's one of the reasons we're very protective of people who have not been in the final 10.
Is this person, may I please?
Go ahead.
Is this person, is Mr. Burke up for other positions at this time? Or you haven't asked him any questions?
Well, I guess, can you, maybe, Mr. Collins, explain to us or those who are looking at this particular person, the reason why they were not vetted? Because of course you go through all of your procedures to choose those ones that you have already chosen, and Molly, maybe this is for you. So you have done that where he did not make that cut. So is there a reason
Let me,
why?
I'll start and then Mike can. One of the things when we do this process is that we'll know candidates who are in small districts. We'll know their capabilities, we'll have a sense of who they are, that they, even though they're in a small district, that they have the capacity to rise to another district. If we don't know the candidate and we see that the district enrollment is 3,700, and we know nothing about the candidate, typically they won't make it to the final round. So you see that 3,700, we have no information that we've not interacted with them on another search, we've not, so that 3,700 is very concerning if we don't know anything about them.
Well, Molly, can you scroll down on this so I can see the rest of it? Yeah, go ahead. I appreciate all the association participation, but that to me doesn't rise to a level. Yeah, I mean, I can look at this right off the top of my head. Their experience is, in the district of 7,600, an assistant superintendent for operations and human resources, and a district of 2,500, a district of 3,700. Well, I'm assuming the one down below is some kind of principalship or something like that. I think there's one more.
Yeah, principal.
Yeah, principal. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be overtly judgmental, but I can tell you right off the top of my head, and where this is in Kansas, that those environments, there aren't similar environments, not to mention similar student body count, et cetera, and those become a factor. Even when I look at some of our candidates that are in 10,000 school districts, they've had some relationship either, and I pointed them out, the fellow in Tennessee is a county system. Dion Best had Philadelphia experience, et cetera. I mean, we try to find connection as well as how it aligns with your profile. And if you look down the profile, I just don't see it. I'm talking about, right off the top, this would not resonate. And that's the reason. I mean, you ask what would affect us. It's some of it's relational, some of it has to do with what we perceive to be adequate experiences in relationship to what Lee County is, and particularly experiences, even if it might not have been at the superintendent level, at least environments that feel, look, taste the same, and that align with your profile. And at least, and you got to remember that it wasn't just Molly's eyes, Dale's eyes, or my eyes. I think there were 4 of us that went through this and talked about it and reviewed it. And the way we do it is we come up with our own list, and then we look at the commonalities, and then we come up with a group, group consensus of what should move forward. So that's the answer to your question. It doesn't mean, and I'm giving you an opinion. So it's not that you have to necessarily agree. I just wanted you to understand what we look at and what are key factors.
Thank you. Ms. Gittens?
This is the last I'll say about it. I understand and I can appreciate your process. I still feel that if we are making this very supremely important decision for this district to have the opportunity to see all the candidates was something that I felt was important. Even if it came down to saying, well, what about this one or what about that one? And you could very well, just as you did, say, well, this is the reason why not. I guess I was expecting to see more of like a rubric of all the candidates and then, descending order as to, capability or ability to do the job type thing. So that's just my own feeling about it.
Well, I understand where you're coming from. The reality is, though, this process, there's so many variables that are part of that process.
Right.
You know, it's not, you can't really have a rubric to say, okay, how many years have you been experienced? What kind of education do you have? I mean, they're experiential. They're people who've gone through the process before, so we know them. We know their capabilities. They're people, I mean, again, on a number of levels, you look at this and you say, well, what about diversity? What about size of the district? You look at if they've ever been in a large district. They've never been in a large district. Some people may be in a small district now, but they've been in a large district prior.
Right.
I mean, there are about 100 different variables that go into deciding this. So I just think it's important. And again, you hire us to really do that vetting. And we have an experience of doing this across the country for 40 years that we bring to the table to say, hey, these 41s, we don't want to waste your time, you know, to be honest, looking at a candidate like this. This candidate is not really at the level of succeeding in this district.
And I think the thing that was, for me, that was helpful, and I think someone else mentioned, just even clicking through that list and seeing and verifying to myself, okay, I can see why this one didn't go ahead or whatever. But just having that opportunity, I feel was not given to us, so.
If I could, it was given to us, but one of us sort of spoiled it for the rest of us. So I just have
And
to,
I'm going to beg, I'm going to beg to differ on that. It was out on their website.
It was not on our, again, with due respect, it was not on our website. Yeah, it was not on our website.
Okay.
But that's the fact.
Yeah, and I really don't feel like this is the place to be getting into that, because we are, you know, that's not why we're here. And we appreciate the job that you are doing. So let's keep it civil here. Ms. Giovanni.
Well, I wasn't being uncivil, but thank you for the comment.
I just want to make sure nobody needs to
I
be
think they
arguing.
shared it via email, which is what they didn't want to do, I believe. So I think y'all have it. I think they didn't make copies, so.
Ms. Giovanelli, I'm going to come back to you on this. How do you want to proceed with?
Well, I know, y'all
Just
need
said
to
they shared it.
have opportunity. I can't take that from you. Ms. Morgan.
So we're all looking at the resume, we've all heard the opinion. Can we just poll the members of the board to see if they want to bring this name forward? Please.
If I may add, that very few times we've had someone that wants to add one to the list. That's always the process that we've experienced, that you poll the board about whether they want to add them to the list or not. That's certainly not for us to say yes or no to. This is all about what you want as a board.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. So if I may, I will go ahead and pull the board to see what we feel. Ms. Morgan, would you like to pull this Mr. Burke forward?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Skittens?
Can you pass me? I'll go with the will of the board.
Okay. Ms. Patrica?
no, thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm a yes, because I'm the one that brought it up.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
No, thank you.
And I will say no, thank you. So Ms. Gittens, I'm coming back to you.
I will go with the will of the board now.
Okay, so we will go ahead and move forward as the list that we have. Thank you.
Excellent. So I guess we'll move on. Were there any other candidates? Just that one? Okay. So Molly, would you explain the matrix?
All right, does everybody look at the matrix in front of them?
She's going to need to talk.
Yes, and Molly, just make sure whatever you need to mute so that way you're not cutting off as you're speaking, please.
Do I need to be muting something?
Nope. Now you sound fine.
Well, no.
Okay.
It sounded like it broke up.
And stop me anytime if it starts to break up.
Thank you.
The matrix is here to pull up, to walk you through.
It's happening again.
The first couple.
Yeah, Molly, your connection is simply not
It's
stable.
happening again.
If you hold it closer to your mouth, the phone, I think that's what
the
it falls
connection, it's
apart.
not
Yeah,
the phone.
There, how about that?
Okay,
better, yep.
Okay, all right, I just still have a visual in front of me, so you'll have to bear with me.
Yep.
So looking at my phone as well, trying to look at a visual. So you see the matrix in front of you, and you'll see the 1 over the 2.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Okay? So we are going to be looking at those and comparing. So you're going to circle one or the other. So you look at 1 over the 2. Do you like candidate A or candidate B better? You would select the corresponding number. And then you go right over where it says 1 over candidate 3. And you select if you like candidate 1 or candidate A in a space or candidate C better. And you work your way through the entire matrix. You do not need to score it. You do not need to rank it. What we would ask is once you're done, is to hand it to Dr. Caldwell, and he's going to take a picture of it and send it to me so that I can score and have a master matrix.
Okay, so if,
Your number,
hey Molly, so the alphabets that you have here are the, coincides with the list of the 1 through 10, correct?
Right.
yeah?
Okay.
Absolutely. And so once you're done, hand the sheet of paper to Dr. Caldwell. She's going to be taking a picture and sending it to me so that I can score. When you hand it to Dr. Caldwell, he will give you your number. And that is your number where it says board members in that column, the grid at the bottom. You will be that number. So memorize your number, and that way you can see where your score ranks and your ranking ranks to your fellow board members once we get the master completed.
So may I ask,
Okay, yes, please.
candidate A is Perry Charlie?
Okay, can we run through that?
Yeah, I need to as
My
well.
notes, I may have numbered somebody differently. Would you say the number and the letter, the name, number,
It's
letter?
on that sheet. There's 2 sheets of paper, one with the matrix that you have, and then the other one is going to be the listed of recommended candidates,
Okay.
or it just has the candidate.
I don't have that one.
You're going to want to use both documents.
This one is the
Yes.
one.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I don't have
Can
that.
I make that, let me make a copy of that for everybody.
Molly, I can just give you the names.
That's fine. I just don't have
Well,
to take a look at it.
No, I'm gonna make a
It
copy,
must have
we're
run
gonna make a
out or
copy of
something.
this.
I don't know.
All right, hold it. I'm gonna give you the names.
We have them.
We just need a couple copies.
We have the names.
I don't have that one either that she had,
Okay. If anybody has any questions, you can feel free to grab Dale and ask him a question. He's very good at this. Otherwise, we would ask that everybody do this individually. And once you're done, again, hand that to Dr. Caldwell. He will tell you your number.
Okay.
And then it does take me a little bit to score it, so I don't know if we want to have a break, let everybody stretch their legs, grab a pop, whatever you need to do. But I would just ask that once you are done, just sit calm, quietly until your fellow board members are done and they can get theirs completed, and then we'll go over the scoring once completed with the ranking. You are not obligated to interview your top. This is simply a discussion opener. That's all this is.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, Molly, we need to break at 1 o'clock
Is
for our communications, because they're gonna need,
the 2 is.
we are very shorthanded in there today. And they are needing 45 minutes to get everything done that they need for us to continue. So we need to break from 1 o'clock to 1:45.
Okay. I would politely and respectfully ask everybody not to discuss amongst yourselves. This needs to be an individual scoring and ranking as much as possible. I know that that's difficult, but we really want to have that pure discussion once we are all reconvened and scored. So I would ask that everybody keep your thoughts, opinions to yourself. I know it's a lot of information to digest. Complete that matrix, and then once that's done, then we'll open up that discussion, and we would love to hear everybody's thoughts and opinions.
Thank you. I just wanted to make you aware of that. So,
Molly,
'cause we-
with sunshine in Florida, what you've just described is not at all uncomfortable or unusual. We are not permitted to ever discuss any of this amongst ourselves.
you.
So you've just told us what our life is.
It's just a polite, respectful request that I do to every board meeting. I'm not going after Lee County.
No, so we actually have 7 minutes that they can continue to work on this. At 1 o'clock sharp, we will go ahead and recess the meeting. so that way they can do what they need to do next doors. Ms. Fisher, do you have?
Yeah, I have a question. I would like a re-explanation.
Yeah.
Yes. So she can maybe share that with us one more time.
Dale, do that directly.
I'll come over and help.
Okay, because I think we all need help, right?
Yeah.
You need help?
Need tutoring.
It only goes to 9.
Dr. Caldwell will be assisting.
I'll assist.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
I don't understand that.
I don't understand it either.
I think so. Okay, I just want, all right. So if
Yeah,
he's one,
So here's one.
and number two is this one, so if I like Charlie better than this one,
You circle
I
it.
circle one here, if
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
Talk to yourself, Miss.
it's just hypothetical on
okay.
tutoring. Okay, I think I,
Just circle it. And we'll total it up for you. You just do the circle.
oh, and it might be more beneficial to go across
Exactly,
this way, horizontal, not vertical.
Dr. Caldwell? Dr. Caldwell?
Yes.
Is it possible to perhaps put it on the screen so they can all see it at the same time?
No, we got it now.
Okay.
I can do that. You okay?
And it's. No, I have a question. Better to go horizontal.
So, Madam Chair, just to avoid the individual discussions, perhaps recess, and then for those who need assistance, he can go and speak to them individually.
So we will go ahead and recess the meeting. It is 12:55. Thank you. Let me let them know that.
Can I finish this?
Well, we have to come back. They need to shut down in the back for 45 minutes. So that means we will return back here at 12:45.
Yeah.
All right, 1:45. 1:45 is when we would return back.
Okay. So.
This is not. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, oh, you can hear it, good, okay.
We don't have Molly.
So, but Molly sent the matrix, and I don't know who she sent it to.
So do we not need Molly for this?
We do, yeah, we do.
Okay.
But she's coming in, I think she's getting
What
lunch.
about Steve?
Steve has been in and out, so he's
So
on,
he
I think.
doesn't, so we don't need.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
wait
no,
for
no,
him,
yeah,
so-
really Molly and Mike right now.
Okay, good.
We
As
should be in
long
good
as she
shape.
calls, we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Is that something?
Yeah, no, she said she emailed it.
My phone's
I'm not sure, that's what I'm trying to find out.
calls. Interesting.
Matrix sent. Ooh. We'll see.
Tylenol?
Okay. Now, if I share it on mine, can
Maybe
everyone,
have Tylenol? Tylenol?
I might, let me go look.
our team?
Just don't want to messing up the.
No, I need, is Aleve Advil? I want something that's easy on the stomach.
Believe it's easier. I think.
Have Aleve?
It's supposed to be shared because you didn't have permission with that candidate.
Should she send it to Lizette, or who should she send
Yeah,
it to?
Lizette or Latonya, or, well, both, I would just.
Let me,
Let you find it.
I called Devin.
So is that, so was it a matrix
crap
that
in
she
here.
did? I'm confused.
Yeah, so what happens is,
You all do a matrix?
well, everybody here, all the board had to fill out their,
Have Aleve Advil, I'm gonna give it
Okay,
back
so
to
the
you.
board sent
Okay.
everything
I'm just
up
gonna
and
wait
she
and see.
summarized it?
yes, the board gave me these sheets.
Okay,
I
so
took-
Debbie,
I took a
Yes.
picture of them.
have the
daughter
matrix
has
that
been
Molly
having
sent?
that too. That's because you guys don't eat right. I'm not even.
She sent
With you or
Tanya,
her.
are gonna have to do that.
I eat very
She
well.
said she emailed it, but we don't know who.
And my BMI is.
I'm assuming it would have been Debbie.
She's on the video, but not on phone. Oh, was that you?
Molly, are you there? Please call in on the phone if you can.
Oh, somebody just left.
I'm here, Dale.
Oh, you are, perfect. Perfect. Okay, and Latanya's pulling up the matrix, the summarized matrix. So the computer's starting up slow. And we'll be ready to go. We just need a drum roll.
Okay, good afternoon again. We are back. It is 1:52, and we will begin our next process, which is the matrix, and Dr. Caldwell will continue taking us through. And I just want to say, I really appreciate our communications. I know we were supposed to be done, we thought we'd be done by 1 o'clock. Originally, we had scheduled at 2:04, and then hindsight, we brought it back to 1. So I just want to say that I really appreciate what they're doing. And Dr. Caldwell?
Yes, now, I'm showing my age because I can't see it over there.
We can't see it either, so.
Yeah. Now, does that, can that screen go to their computer, everyone's computer? Oh, that's better. That's better. Okay, yeah, that's better. So, I can see that, my old age.
Is that,
This is,
are we capable of putting that on our screens or no?
I cannot read any of that.
No?
Well,
Because we can't see it.
Can't you just print out and we copy?
Was that electronic for me, guys?
Yes, we can, Molly.
Okay, I just sent a cleaner version that might pull up better on the screen, if you want to take a peek at it.
Molly, can you pull it up on your screen at the same time? I think that way we can do it over there and on our screen, so we can all see it.
That would be
Yeah,
great.
give me 2 seconds, and I'll have that done.
Perfect, that
Thank
would be
you.
great, that way.
Great idea, Dr. Caldwell.
What are we doing? We're taking a test?
No, we're waiting for her to pull the completed because none of us could see it, so she's going to put it on her screen so we can have it.
Tanya, Molly's going to pull it up on this, so we can each see it on our computers.
Perfect.
Just pulling it up now. Okay, there we got it. Can you see it? Can you all see it?
Can she make it bigger? Sorry.
Is that big enough?
Oh, that's better, thank you.
Okay, so we can, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so just recall the process, and for the public, each board member filled out these forms comparing candidate A versus B, C, D, et cetera. Molly was nice enough, and that's the tough job, to total this. Molly was nice enough to pull this all together and give the totals. So as you can see, with the 41 circles, candidate H was the top vote getter. Candidate H was the top vote getter overwhelmingly, and then candidate B was fairly close at number 2. But as you can see, the two of them were head and shoulders above the others. So, ideally, we don't have to...
H,
yeah, so H and B.
41.
Then, the recommendation is obviously, unless people object, we can identify those two to be candidates that we'd like to bring back to interview.
Fine.
Make sense? Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
B,
So,
Okay, where I'm confused is you're using letters, but we use numbers.
Yep, they're here. So
So
just go down. 1 is an A.
let's use numbers rather than using,
okay, number 8 and number 2
okay.
candidates by far.
I mean, the candidate A is candidate 1. Candidate B is
No,
candidate
I get that, but
Correct.
it's just, yeah.
Well, if you can see on the matrix, it has the numbers and the letters, so. So number 8 and number 2, we're going to bring back. Now we move to number 3, which is number 6, candidate F. One of the reasons we use letters is because we have candidate 3, number 3, candidate 4, it's the letters sometimes. So as you can see with 26, and number 4 had 25, so they're very close. Candidate A and candidate F are number 1 and number 6. Okay?
So you have 1 and 6 and
Yeah, 1 and 6.
2 and 8.
2 and 8.
Boy, I'm surprised.
Now, we can just say 1 and 6 are behind 2 and 8. I mean, 2 and 8, you know, is pretty far out ahead of the pack, but number 1 and 6 are candidates, and you can see the names there. Any discussion about those? If we brought them back, would anyone have an objection to that, or there's some candidates that didn't make
1 and 6 and 2 and 8 is what.
6 and 2 and 8? So those are 4 candidates.
That's all we need.
D,
Thank you.
H.
Okay, and then number 6. Oh, number 5 is 21, number 6 is 20. What I often do is the other. So number 10, candidate 10, we can begin to eliminate. Candidate 10 only had 10 votes. I mean, candidate 9 only had 10 votes, and candidate 10 only had 9 votes. Candidate I and candidate J. So is it safe to say that we can eliminate them from being called back?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Oh, that's not right.
So candidate number 9 and candidate number 10 were the bottom candidates. So it seems like there's consensus to say we're not going to bring them back. So far, we've agreed to bring back, again, candidates ranked 1 and 2, which are candidate 2B and candidate 8H.
Dr. Caldwell, just knowing sort of the environment in which we're working, an official consensus would be, for each candidate, I think would be a little bit helpful, so that we have a record of where each board member stands on each of these. Please
Okay.
and thank you.
May I ask, though, can we finish this process and then do that? I mean, just to see where they fall out, because that may make a difference.
Whatever the board pleasure, whatever the pleasure of the board. Chair, do you want to do that, or?
How about a minute to study what we did versus? Yeah, I got
Just,
a couple
if you'll
minutes.
let us digest this for a second.
Perfect, yep.
Please.
Yeah,
I don't know what I did, because he took my sheet.
she gave you the sheet.
No, but he took
Oh, he didn't give you a number. You don't know your number.
I know my number.
Oh, that's how you know.
Duh. Oh, brightest bulb on the tree today.
Ms. Jordan, can you just give her the name, the list?
No.
Okay, I have a question.
This is the groups, so the higher the number, the more you like. No, the lower. 1, 2, so this is the number. Yeah, you're 40, yeah, I think you're 40.
Two.
Yeah, it's easier for the group as a whole. And you'll find sometimes people's individual candidates aren't liked by other people and vice versa.
Okay, have you all had a chance to look? Dr. Caldwell can continue.
Yes,
And I'm sorry, Dr. Caldwell, are you able to say the names of the candidates at this point that would be coming back?
I think
Or
it's up-
once we get,
let me ask,
right now, we're at 4,
yeah,
correct?
yeah, let me just double check with Mike.
3,
Mike, can you hear me? Mike Collins?
4.
Here, Mike?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. So there was a question about saying the names of the candidates as opposed to the letters. And so I'll defer to you or the council on that.
The preference would be is, once you get the candidates you want to interview, you got to say the names anyway.
Okay,
I can't hear him.
So if you're going to eliminate 4 or 5, can you do that with A, B, C, and D, and then we'll just say the candidates from then on?
okay. So, I'm sorry, so you're saying we do the elimination, and then those that will be coming forward, then we state their names?
Yes.
So that way, everybody,
Yes, please.
okay, then everybody will have their names. Okay, perfect.
Right. So we can, I guess we'll go one at a time.
So we're going
Candidate
backwards, right?
1, candidate A, H, Madam Chair, if you want to say the name.
Okay, so candidate A would be Charlie, I'm sorry, candidate H, you said? Okay, I apologize.
Perry, Charlie, you're right.
Candidate H is Christopher Bernier?
Bernier.
Bernier?
Bernier.
Bernier. Thank you.
Bernier. And then candidate B, number 2.
Say, I'm sorry, for the next one?
Yeah.
The next highest one?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next highest one is, would be candidate B, which is
Ramirez.
number 2, which is Michael Ramirez.
By consensus, unless you want to do it individually, the consensus, those 2 people seem to agree.
So well, let's go back to Mr. Christopher Bernier. I apologize for missaying his name. With 41, if I can just have a consensus on bringing this gentleman back, I'm just going to go down the line. Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Gittens?
Yes.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Sure.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
And yes, okay, so yes for that one. Now I'm going to go to the second one, which was Michael Ramirez, and with 38, and Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn?
Come back to, some of mine are like opposite ends of how they were voted. I guess I'm going to have to go with what the board numbers say.
This is
But on
just
a
to bring
few,
back
I
to-
have some questions on, anyway, well, I'm always out of the mainstream anyway, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gittens?
Yes.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Sure.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
And yes, so, okay. We can continue?
And the top 2 candidates were fairly clear. So we'll move to number 3. As you can see, candidate number 6, or candidate F, is next in line. And the board's pleasure with that candidate. If you want to check your notes.
Yes, thank you. Which one? So candidate F, which is also number 6, that's
6.
David Olin? Only. I'm really crucifying their names. Only. With 26, Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Gittens?
No.
Patrica?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
No.
Ms. Fisher? And yes, then he had 26.
Right. And now, do we, since there was a split vote, do we want to discuss it?
So it would be, we could have a discussion for sure, please. Okay, Ms. Vaughn, what would make you change your mind of bringing this person forward to be interviewed?
All right, it's really, I guess I'm disappointed that a couple of the ones that I thought from not only my ranking, but some of the things that were told to us that we didn't have access to, that we just listened to. You know, this person is, I personally did not see him as a standout, and I think there were a couple others that I saw as standouts that aren't going to get it because this person's here. But again, I've never been known to be in the mainstream of selections, so.
No, but we actually.
That's why. He was one of my,
And I think because you felt that he had no formalized training, that was your thing with him. I believe it's
he had no doctorate. His last formal training was a master's in art in 1994. I felt like his, the school enrollments were not that large. I just didn't think from the black and white and from what we were told, he was not a standout to me. He might be mediocre. And that's why I would say no, even though obviously there's almost a tie between him and the next one down. But again, we're going with the numbers here, so.
Well, did anyone want to speak for that candidate? We don't have to abide by exactly, the matrix is a guideline, but this is your chance to really make a case for your candidates, to say why you think they're great, or.
Well, all right, mine is, I have others that I think are way better, and this man was not a standout. I don't think the districts that he managed were that large. I don't see the, you know, even though he's been a superintendent with a district with 22,000 enrollment, looks like for 5 years, other things that I saw were smaller districts, and I really have a problem without the continuing education, and I didn't jot down exactly what was said, but he just didn't stand out to me.
Well,
And I have others that I think are
may I
better.
respond? One of the things that I think it's important, just in the process, is to realize we're identifying people to bring back for the interview.
I know.
Right.
So one of the things we want to do is to make sure to ask those exact questions of them. Your education, why didn't you do, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's part of what we're looking at here, is we're not trying to find the finals, but if people are good otherwise, but we have a few questions, then we can ask.
I understand, but I guess my main point is that he's taking a slot from somebody that I feel is a whole lot better, that's not going to, we're not going to get to see. So we can put it that way as well.
But also too, Ms. Vaughn, remember, we don't have a stipulation of like, we're picking 3 people or 4 people. So this person can come, or your person may be in that as well.
Yeah.
So this
Probably not. I'm looking at the numbers, and probably not.
well,
So, no, I
and
understand
we
that,
can bring
Chair.
that back.
Chair Jordan, I understand that totally. But the way I personally ranked people, some of the ones that I thought were really standouts were not ranked highly by others. And again, we're a board making the decision, so, you know, it is what it is. But I have the 2 reasons. The man was not a standout to me, number 1. And number 2, I have some 1 or 2 that I felt did stand out, and that their ranking overall is not going to rise to the top. So those are my 2 reasons, and I'm going to stick with them. But, you know, whatever the board decides, that's who we're going to interview. So.
No, I really appreciate that. And I'm going to go to Ms. Morgan, then Ms. Fisher, then Ms. Gittens, then Ms. Patrica.
Okay, well, first of all, I'd like to hear an argument for having more than 2, because there's a clear difference between 2 and the rest of the field. But given that we want to explore all of the candidates, I think that we should start from the bottom and eliminate from the bottom.
I agree.
So eliminate 10, 9, 8, and that way we'll have the conversations about the people that didn't make the cut that board members would like to defend. I think that's the way we should do it.
Okay. Ms. Fisher?
Well, I was just going to say two things. One, I'll reiterate what Mrs. Morgan just said so aptly. And then with Mr. Olney, who was not one of my top choices, he has that formalized education concluding in 1994, but he has quite a bit of training since then, some of which he participated in and other which he conducted. So it seems that he has had, what do you call it, continuing education in a different way.
Okay. I'm sorry, who did I say? Ms. Patrica?
That was
I'm sorry,
me.
Ms. Gittens, then Ms. Patrica.
Okay, I have a question for one. How in this process did someone get a 0?
10.
Meaning that nobody, that when compared against all the other candidates, they were not chosen by anybody.
But didn't,
Nobody got a 0.
I just, anyway. I agree with Ms. Vaughn on Mr. Olney. He was not a standout to me. Part of it is, when you look at the resume, the key accomplishments are, established, restructured, integrated, implemented, but there are no results. There's not, I did this, so therefore this happened. And in all of the key accomplishments, to me, it's kind of vague. The purpose of establishing different processes are to see improvement. And I don't see that. He was, to use her words out, he was not a standout to me either. And he focused on certain areas, and I noticed when we talked about AVID, he was a national staff developer for AVID. So in the AVID program, he was one of the trainers for the program.
Yeah.
And I was an AVID coordinator, so I know what that position is, and therefore he was integrally involved with that program. We have staff developers here in our district as well, but I needed to see more.
So may I ask, Ms. Patrica?
Thank you. Can
yeah,
I,
the chair, sorry.
can I respond to Ms. Morgan through the chair?
Yes, please.
So why more than 2 was your question? In my mind, why more than 2 is because the 2 top choices for us, they could have hired somebody to put their resume together, and they're wonderful, beautiful candidates on paper, and then they come in front of us and they're duds. So we need more than, and the opposite could be true of the ones that are not necessarily rising to the top on paper, but they might rise to the top in person. So I would like to see, even though 5 is my least favorite number, I'd like to see 5 candidates come in front of us for interviews. In terms of moving from the bottom to the top, I agree with that. We're having a discussion about a candidate and using his name right now, and he may very well be eliminated. So until we decide that a candidate is going to move on to be interviewed, we need to be referring to them. I think that's what I heard from Ray and Associates by letter. And if we go from the bottom to the top, I think we'll be in a better position to get there. Finally, since we are talking about this candidate right now, I will say that what I saw on paper is that he does have superintendent experience. His cover letter was specific to Lee County. We read a lot of cover letters that to me looked like they hadn't even looked at Lee County. They were just applying to apply. The focus on technology, equity, and social emotional learning. The technology and equity in particular made me happy. I figured the social emotional learning would make Ms. Fisher happy. His 6 Cs in innovation were impressive to me. And he's opened 2 schools as a principal, and we will be opening a lot of schools, and having that kind of experience in the leader of the district, I thought would be a good thing. There are certainly weaknesses here, there's no doubt about it, but in terms of having a robust pool come in front of us, I'd like to see him included. Those are my comments, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
The only thing that I had negative is that I see that he only has a master's, he doesn't have a doctorate. He was in the middle of the road for me. He wasn't rising to the top. I didn't see him being outstanding. That's just kind of where I was at. I didn't even rank him with any relevance. So that's just, that's why but I agree with Ms. Patrica. I would like to see at least 5, not 4.
Yep.
So I would agree with that.
Okay, Ms. Patrica?
May I make just one more comment? I have to say that sitting here and listening to my colleagues talk about the candidates has been incredibly helpful to me, because you've noticed some things in the application that I didn't notice, and hopefully I noticed some things that were helpful to you all. And I meant to comment on that earlier in the process, and I failed to do so. So I think I told Molly that I was looking forward to digging into the meat of this process, and that's really what we've done. I've enjoyed this so far, so thank you to my colleagues.
Dr. Caldwell?
Shall we, I think the suggestion is a good one, to make sure that everybody is discussed. Shall we start at the back and start with number 10? Madam Chair, if that's okay with...
That's fine.
So number 9, candidate I, was ranked number 10 and only got 10 votes, if you will. Anybody want to advocate for number 10? Or, candidate number 9, candidate I.
I don't see anyone.
No advocates.
No, sir.
So number 9 is not invited back. Okay. And then number 10, candidate J, only had a few more votes, 12 versus 10. Would anyone like to advocate for candidate J?
Is there anyone here that would like to do that?
Okay.
I do not see anyone.
No,
No, sir.
okay. So then we move to candidate number 4, candidate D, who had 14. Is there anyone, one person had given them 6 votes. Other than that, they were pretty low. Anybody want to advocate for candidate D, number 4? Nope, okay.
Let me go back.
Okay. Let's see here. Number 4. 7, we're doing number 7, candidate G. There's a wide discrepancy here.
Yes.
We have 2 9s, 2 6s, and 3 zeros. So this is a wide discrepancy. Anybody care to advocate for this candidate?
Go ahead, and then I'll go.
Ms. Giovanelli, did you?
I personally would like to keep this candidate in. I think that they meet everything that we're looking for. Thank you.
And Ms. Gittens?
And I totally agree. Interestingly enough, let's see, how do I say this carefully? You notice the wide split, and it is a systemic wide split. It is what happens with our board. And I believe that this candidate is definitely at least qualified and deserves the opportunity to at least go through the process.
And I will say I could not support this based on how we got here. Ms. Morgan?
And I agree.
Ms. Fisher?
So I will say that candidate G has been in a position where there's a familiarity with this community and this school district, has made significant strides over the last several months in acclimating himself to the position. Going back to how we got here, you know, I had a dissenting vote regarding making those caveats about who can apply and who not, mostly with the concern of potential litigation down the road, because some people did not apply based on that, and we don't know that we're not going to hear from them. But I think I would not totally dismiss this person at this time until I see what happens with our other more seemingly formidable candidates.
Any other comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Patrica.
You know, this is about the integrity of this board. We made a promise to this community that we would have a process that did not allow for the acting to become the permanent. That caveat may very well have discouraged some existing staff to apply for the position because they wanted the permanent position and didn't want to go through that. I really believe this is about our integrity and why are we here? We agreed as a board, I get the dissenting vote thing, but as a board, we made a decision. We've stuck to that decision, and then unilaterally, a party to the contract decided not to follow the deal. And while there may be no legal consequences associated with that, to me, it speaks to transparency in leadership, communication. This would have been an entirely different story if this candidate had come to this board a week ago, 2 weeks ago, December 12th, had individual conversations with board members, something, and communicated and said, this is where I am. I'd like to discuss the terms of the contract and maybe make some changes. But that's not where we stand today. Where we stand today is we had an agreement, and that agreement was unilaterally changed. In addition to that, as an individual board member, I will tell you that my communications with this candidate have been repeatedly over and over and over again. I don't want the job. I will not apply for the job. I don't want the job. I will not apply for, like, repeatedly over and over and over again. So when I opened the list on Sunday and I saw the name, I was shocked. And I don't think I should ever be shocked by the superintendent. I don't think I should ever sit at the table or sit at home and receive information that shocks me. I believe that communication should be clear and open and not always easy, but this is, Ms. Vaughn said it earlier, this is about the integrity of this board. We made a promise to this community. Will we stand behind that promise? Will we follow through with the process and the decision that we as a board made, or won't we? I intend to stick to the promise that I made to the community.
Ms. Gittens and Ms. Giovanelli.
The question that I beg to ask is, the process that Ray & Associates is engaging us in today is to look at a list of candidates that have applied, that have been vetted, and that are on the list for our discussion. I think we're looking at two different things. And the first thing, Ms. Vaughn brought it up at the beginning, discussing the contract, which is why she asked for a separate meeting to discuss that. And in my opinion, what has happened, especially with, the 3 zeros, is that some of the board members are confusing that. Are we looking for qualified candidates or are we looking to reprimand another situation? And I think if we are going to follow the process that Ray and Associates has given us, are there qualifications of this candidate that cause them not to be able to do this job? And then we need to look at the other situation. We said that at the beginning of the meeting, that that's what we would do. But I think some people chose to take care of it in this way rather than waiting, because by all practical purposes, the candidate was vetted. We know that they are qualified, and I think we need to separate the two.
Ms. Giovanelli? And then Ms. Morgan.
So here's my thing. No other employees of the district applied. That speaks volumes against him. So think about there was many, we heard rumors. When I opened it up, I was waiting to see who else in the district would apply. No one did. No one went against the present superintendent. So that speaks volumes. Not only that, but I've had numerous community people come to me and ask me, why not keep him? One was the mayor. One, as you saw, is our sheriff was one of his references. So was several of the county commissioners. So, I mean, we have community members. I've had several others ask me the same thing. I mean, just different people in the community. So I have to believe and listen to the community. I think that we're here to represent that. So I think at this point, I think we would be wrong if we didn't keep him in the process. Now, I respect what has been said at the table today. Y'all bring up valid points, and communication is a big deal. I've experienced exactly what Ms. Patrick has experienced in the prior superintendent, but that didn't hold water then. So I think respect is the most important thing right now, and listening to each other and listening to the community. And we have to let the people speak. And we're going to eliminate that process immediately today. And I don't like that in this process. Because as you well know, I'm all about hearing what the community has to say, and the people need to hear that too. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Ms. Morgan? I'm sorry.
I'll
Yeah,
go
Ms.
afterwards.
Morgan?
'Cause
So I'm going to start with the word respect. When I heard that one of the candidates' comments was that he was asked by his board for him to apply, I thought, now that is illustrative to me of the situation in which I have found myself with this superintendent on a regular basis. And so I think there was an absolute lack of respect for this board and for the decisions that we had to make by the way it was handled. I'm going to suggest that we skip this individual because there's going to be a lot of discussion about it one way or the other. I'm going to suggest we move up the chain and see what else we come up with and then come back to this individual.
Ms. Vaughn?
And I'm just going to say two problems, and part of it's on us and part of it's on him. The respect, this should have been told to us in a timely manner so that we could look at it and start with making the decision, even if, and we've been down that road about the contract and legality, and that was mentioned in the comments that we received. Now, that said, and you know I expressed my opinion on it when I was doing the matrix. I'm going back over my numbers. I didn't rate this candidate the highest of what people did, but I did not give the candidate lowest because since the board had decided, no, we're not going to set aside, we're going to go along with Ray and Associates, we're going to go along with the process, I was fair on it, and I looked at this candidate versus some others that I felt were really strong, and I voted in some cases him higher, in some cases the other person higher. Now, what I'm going to say is, had we resolved this issue, I have a feeling there would be no zeros. Now, there might be 1s, 2s, or 3s, but if 3 of the zeros gave him 3 points, that would give him a 27, which would put him in what, like 3rd place? So I'm not going to say I told you so. I just, I knew this was going to be a debacle to not get this settled. And there was no appetite for a special meeting. Again, that I put on us, but I also put blame on the candidate for, I'm just going to say, being arrogant enough to even say, and I have no idea who the people were that told him to run. I've had constituents, even in my board advisory, EDAC, that said, you know, they were very favorable toward this candidate, and, excuse me, they said, well, I hear he's gonna, I said, no, that's not the case. I mean, I reiterated to, and it was more than one, more than just in EDAC, constituents that said, well, I hear he's a shoo-in. I hear you're not even going to consider. I hear this, that, and I kept saying, no, this is what the board said. And so there's a mutual blame. I just hope that between what's on him and what's on us, that we wind up with the best possible choice.
May I make
I just,
a humble suggestion? Because
really bothers me how that.
Because I think we've been talking around some issues, but the main, there's as an independent consultant, someone that works with a lot of school boards, take his name out of the process. So when you, just forget who he is, this person.
Right.
One of the key criterias of the next superintendent is communication. And as an independent person, I do not know this person. It gives me pause that someone would not talk to every board member before applying, given that. And so that you can have, and again, we've done this with a lot of places, you can have the best person on paper, but if the communication with the board is poor, you know, I happen to have probably the best superintendent in New Jersey. What he does is he makes every board member feel special. And he does that, and we have a board of 30 people. Imagine having 30 people. And so I say, and then nothing about this, but when you're looking at these candidates, every single one of them, their communication with the board is probably the most important thing. Yeah, a lot of people can hire someone who's an education expert. A lot of people can hire people who are facilities experts. You can't hire a superintendent who does not communicate with the board. So that's all I'm hearing at this process. Whether this person goes in or not, I am just concerned that people didn't know on the board that someone was applying. So take that into consideration.
And I'll thank you for saying that, because I'm definitely one of those who I know what we said, and I just feel like I have to stand strong with that. And I do hear people out in the community say, oh, this person is such a nice person. Yes, 100%. Nice person. Granted, I'm going to give it to him. However, if it's presumed that he is going to be that person, do you think anybody in the district would put their name in here because they're already assuming that this person has it because board members have asked him to do this? They're not going to do that because that's jeopardizing them. So I think you have to look at all of that as well. So it's just a much larger, and my conversation has always been, I will be here for whomever comes in to take them through whatever, but I will not apply. So I was totally shocked by this as well. Ms. Gittens.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One, Mr. Collins, when you did the interview with this candidate, and you said when you were giving the answers to the questions that the candidate said that the board wanted him to do this. While in the letter, as I'm reading it, it says, since a number of board members have asked me to apply for this permanent role. Was that his statement, or was it a broad statement that the board wanted it?
Well, first of all, I didn't do this candidate report myself, but I am going to tell you that the letter says what it says, and I trust our report people that they wrote down what was told to them. I think the bigger question is not whether some or all board members encouraged him to apply. The question really has to do with the fact that it was done with full knowledge that originally it had been told that there was a clear understanding that this person would not apply, and without conversations with many of you, if not all of you, he applied anyway, and he's given clear inference that he did this at the behest of 1, 2, 3, or all of you. So whether it was one or the other, to me, is much less important than whether it happened, and it's a surprise to many.
Right. No, I agree with that. My second point, and I will belabor it again, we are looking at a potential scenario. Until November, we have no idea whether whoever on this list we hire is here for 1 year, 2 years, or has to run in 24. And I know you keep saying, well, everybody knows that. I feel that's very important. It's very important to the staff, the students, the continuation of this district, because we're potentially looking at a list of people that one of them could come in here in the next few months and be in charge of this district for a year and a half, and then have to make the decision if they are going to run for an elected position. And if that's the case, they may choose not to do it. So my point is, as bad as it may seem to some people, I have also heard from community members as well, why can't we just wait until at least we know the answer to that question? We would be in a much better place by November to know if it's going to be elected in 2024 or if this person gets a chance to stay. We are juggling all of the balls until that point. And the reason this is relevant now is that if you eliminate this candidate, then we're back in this juggling the balls again between now and November and 2024.
So are you asking us not to even consider anybody until the election's over? That's what it just sounded like.
Yes. Okay. And the reason is, do you want this district to go through 3 leaders in 2 years or 1 leader? No matter how much
Member Gibbons, if I may, we were aware of this from the very beginning. I have spoken to the vast majority of these 10 candidates, and 2 of which I did not speak to have already been eliminated. My conversations was there's a full realization on the part of everybody I spoke to that this is a possibility. It's a far cry from being a probability, but it is a possibility. So I'm very comfortable with the fact that there's not only general knowledge, but in most cases specific knowledge that this prominent element exists, and they still chose to apply. I can't speak to the fact of whether they're going to run or not. That's an unfair question, to be quite blunt. And then you're talking to somebody who successfully ran 4 times. So I'm only suggesting that what we're doing and assisting you in finding your next leader, it has a timeline that's been approved by everybody that we're operating under. And we're excited about continuing that with you as a cohesive group. But there is general knowledge and specific knowledge about the fact that it can be a possibility. That I can assure you.
Will that be one of the questions in the face-to-face interviews?
We will decide.
Sure, if you so choose.
Can be, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to Ms. Patrica, then Ms. Giovanelli.
Are we continuing to discuss this candidate, or are we going to follow Ms. Morgan's suggestion that we skip, finish the rest, and then come back to this? Because I've still got a lot of comments, but if we're going to skip and then come back, I'll wait to give my comments until then.
You want to move on? Well, we'll skip this and give people some time to reflect on
And then
what's been
come back to
said.
that. Is that okay with you, Ms. Giovanelli, or do you have something that you would like to say right now?
Well, I was just going to piggyback off of what Ms. Gittens just said. I don't think we have to wait till November. I think once we see if it even gets past legislation, I don't even, at that point, then we would know if it's going to be on the ballot. So that's on my only concern is, but then you could possibly lose candidates. But honestly, the candidates that we have are not like, jumping out at me and saying, pick me. I'll be honest. So, but I think we might not have quality candidates because of this, maybe because of the present interim, maybe because of our board. I mean, there's a lot of factors in that I don't know that we've had the top-notch quality candidates. And I mean, that's just my thought process. So I know I've listened to staff, and a lot of staff would like to keep this present superintendent. And so I'm just thinking of stability in the staff and the community and our students. And that's just where less disruption, the better. So how we can try to make it have the ability and the stability for the district is really important. And we can continue on and come back to candidate G.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5, candidate E, received 20. The number 6 candidate, is there anyone who'd like to advocate or be against bringing them back?
I'm sorry. 5E, you said?
Yes.
Yes, E5, candidate E, yeah. They ranked number 6.
Well, I think that he has many years of experience. Let's see, what else was his, came from a diverse population as well. Trying to find all my notes. I apologize.
Ms. Morgan has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
So I just want to ask, he referenced John Hades' research on transfer of learning. Is anybody familiar with that? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to get notes. Apologize, Ms.
I actually had this candidate rated my number 1.
Yeah, he
And,
is.
and it's interesting on this one to look at the scores. You have 3 high scores, 2 7s and a 9, and then you have a 1, 3, 4, 5. So this, and I hadn't compared that to all of them, but this candidate's kind of all over the board in terms of people liking him or not. The reason that I rated him highly was that it is a large school district, Mesa, Arizona. It's the largest, it was mentioned, it's the largest district in Arizona. Okay, so he's been the assistant superintendent of secondary schools. Now, one of the things that I had in mind earlier, and I mentioned it, and I think a couple of people nodded, was what I'm looking for as kind of a baseline is either somebody who is presently a superintendent but in a smaller district and has a little longevity, at least a couple years, or somebody who is in the upper tier in a much larger district. So in my mind, I put this candidate in that second category. he actually rose in what I felt about him when I heard the comments read. And something that I liked, and I put in quotes on my notes, a leader of teams. He wants to form professional teams, high-level functioning team. He referenced himself as a servant leader, and I saw him as the kind of leader, I saw that as the kind of leadership skills I personally like, because I have been a huge advocate of using our people with expertise, and I think Dr. Caldwell referenced that, using the people with expertise, and I've mostly talked about teachers and, site-based decision-making and all of that, and that's something that I personally feel very strongly about. But that also would go as a superintendent, the various departments and divisions, because you could be the most wonderful superintendent, leader, and certainly you need to have budget background, but that doesn't mean that you would be a CPA, you can't have, nobody can have all the skills. I feel like when you're in a large district, and especially since this was secondary schools, which have their own bag of worms to take care of, I really liked those things. So this is why I rated him highly for myself, because I really saw the kind of leadership skills I'm looking for in this person.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Morgan?
So looking over my notes, the things that impressed me about him were that every child has a path. And he's talking about career in tech. He's a risk taker. He's passionate about social cohesion. He's a team builder. But I think I'm not looking for an academic leader. We should have an academic chief. I'm looking for somebody who is across the board. And not many people that we heard from or heard about talked about anything other than academics. And I thought it was really important that he was talking about cultural relevancy. Cultural relevancy in the classroom and group work, which is essentially what we're looking for in the 21st century. I mean, that's really what's supposed to be happening. So I liked him.
Is there anyone against? I mean, again, that's what this discussion is really advocate for, or say, I don't like anyone against bringing this person back for an interview.
Ms. Giovanelli?
So I didn't rank him high, but I know back, I went back and looked at my notes, and I know why Ms. Vaughn said she liked him, because it was what I wrote down, and I thought of her when I was writing it down, is he mentioned the organizational chart. He actually liked the organizational chart, and I thought, oh, he's speaking words to Ms. Vaughn. But honestly, that's also, the organizational chart is giving kudos to our present superintendent. So I'm not opposed to bringing him back.
So shall we bring him back? Anyone opposed?
Ms. Fisher?
Yes, so
And Ms. Gittens.
I ranked Dr. Mallerwein number 3 in my initial ranking. And I also was impressed by some of the things that Mr. Collins told us about his team building, his respect for relationships, how he believes in giving freedom and responsibility to the workers, how he is a community leader. He supports the arts and career and tech ed, mentioned the strategic plan, and I obviously did his homework, even though he's not ever been an acting superintendent, has worked in positions from the elementary through post-secondary, working at colleges, and definitely has a broad base of experience. So I would like to keep him under consideration.
Great. Ms. Gittens?
I mean, I'm not adverse to hearing more from him. I did like, I agree with Ms. Morgan about the leadership piece. Some of the other candidates to me were, had looked at our strategic plan and went step by step in saying what they thought they wanted us to hear. And in some instances, a little overboard of it. I like the fact that he said passionate about leadership and motivated to be a positive influence. And I agree that, bring him back to find out more about him. One other thing that really stuck out to me too, I would only leave for the right superintendent position. Was a very good statement. And the size of the student enrollment is not too far from ours, so.
Great.
No, thank you. And I agree with all of you. And the focus on workforce was definitely something that caught my eye as well. And the trust in the staff to do their jobs. I really like that.
Do you want to do a consensus vote? It sounds like people are positive about bringing
Ms.
this
Morgan?
person back.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Gittens?
Yes.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
And Ms. Fisher? And I say yes. Okay, so that is candidate number 5, Mr., I'm going to mess up his name again,
Dr. Mallory.
Mallowan.
Mallory.
Mallowan.
No way.
Mallowan. Mallowan.
Okay, so that's 3.
Mallowan.
Now we're going up to number 5, candidates 3C, who is number 5 in rank. Candidate 3C.
Let's see, 5. Okay, does anybody have anything to say about 3C? Ms. Morgan, please.
Well, I loved the fact that there was a candidate who would bring potentially discipline, a professional organizational approach to this. My concerns are that, my question was, given he hasn't been in many positions for long, and I'm wondering if he's impatient with the lack of progress. Is he someone who has a vision and then would become impatient if we couldn't execute, if we couldn't do it as quickly or whatever? I love the idea of somebody from outside. I love the idea of his passion for ITS. It doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I actually think it's kind of interesting that he was in DC. No, I would not be averse to bringing him back. He was not one of my top candidates, but I think it would be interesting to listen to.
And if I may say, remember, the interview is to ask exactly those questions. So if you see someone on paper seems okay, but you still have questions, those are the kind of people you want to talk to.
Okay, is there anyone else? Mike, Ms. Fisher, please.
So, yes, candidate 3 has such a background, such a diverse background, and admittedly has lived in 20 different communities. He's a visionary. He has financial acuity and experience. He's definitely out of the box. I mean, he's something different. And when I looked at his signature, it really was, not only is it very big, but it looks like birds flying. So I think that if we're looking for something different, and I like the way he mentioned accountability and kind of defined what that meant to him, which wasn't test scores and things like that. So I really feel like I would like to see him be brought back for a little bit more information.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Gittens?
Well, one of the things that we had discussed quite a bit at the beginning of this process was someone outside the box with business acumen and all. And I think when we were discussing this before, I don't know. He was not my top. I see, some potential, but I don't know. I'm on the fence with this one.
Yeah, I think that, go ahead, Ms. Vaughn, please.
I rank this man at the bottom, the bottom for me. And it's interesting, again, this is a candidate that really splits the votes. Let me see, make sure I'm looking at the right line. He is C. Yeah, he is C. Only 2 people with a 7 and a 5 ranked him, we had 9 points, so to speak. And there's a 0, a 1, a 2, couple 4s. It almost seems like there's a split idea. But the reason, again, I mentioned this, the whole thing about the chancellor and going to Washington, and that, I don't like that. And looking at his career, and especially what he's doing now, I don't see a passion or dedication to public education in this man. I just don't see it. Just the choices that he has made, it's, as far as I'm concerned, it is not there.
Okay, anyone else, please? I know my concern was the fact that his employment was, all of his employment, other than his service, which I don't know how long that was under a year. So it's like, I felt like he got tired with one, and then he moved on to the next, and he moved on to the next. And then I was like, is this a conflict of interest? This educational thing that he's doing? And then, of course, that was another thing that Ms. Giovanelli said. I couldn't find him attached to any of the employees or part of that. So that was a little bit concerning to me as well. So
Do you want to do a consensus to see where people are?
yeah, does anyone else have any comments to make regarding this before I do consensus? Ms. Fisher and then Ms. Patrica?
So I ranked him low. I was a 2. He's definitely out of the box, but when you look at some of the things that he did in his short tenures, they're definitely change makers. This guy is a change agent, and maybe that's partly what we're looking for. So I probably would be happy to have more information from him and hear a little bit more about that, because there are those people, and that is the current practice in this country, for people to be, change agents, and they come in and they make a change and they really stir things up. And maybe we always say we're looking for a change, because we have one of the situations in this district, and I can say this as a longtime member of this district, that it's like, well, if we did this 30 years ago and it worked, and it's not working now, but we're still doing it, really, what are we doing? So maybe it's time for us to think out of the box and just explore a little further what the potential could be.
Okay. Ms. Giovanelli, did you have something, or was that Ms. Patrica? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was.
I knew it was a hand over
That was
here.
kind of my line of thinking as well, in terms of bringing him back, is that this is the hybrid candidate that we all really, I think, at one point or another, expressed some interest in pursuing. I think that the short time in each position is very common for military families. I think that that's a way of life. I've got several nephews who are in the military, and they are constantly moving around, and I suspect that they will continue to do that through their lives. And the short period of time, high impact that Ms. Fisher mentioned, for me begs a second look.
Okay. So is there any other discussion regarding this gentleman? Okay, we'll go ahead. Ms. Morgan?
I'd like to see him again.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Gittens?
No.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
And Ms. Giovanelli?
I'm changing my thought, so I'm a yes.
Okay. And Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
And I think that we should hear from a change maker hybrid, so, yes. Okay, so that would bring him back then.
Yep, you want to mention his name for the
Oh,
public?
yes, I'm sorry. His name is Mr. Michael Gall.
Perfect, great. Okay, so that was finished fifth. Going up to candidate A, who finished fourth. Candidate number one, candidate A, who finished fourth in the ranking. They had a 0, 7, 1, 5, 6, 6, and 7. More high than low. Would anybody like to bring this person back? You've committed to,
Sorry, we need to look at our notes.
yeah, no, take your time.
Thank you.
How many do we have right
That's what
now?
I was going to say.
Four.
Can
We
you
have
We have
review-
4 thus far.
Can you review that?
Yes, so the, Mr., good Lord.
Bernier.
My name just.
Denier.
Yeah, Bernier.
Bernier and
Bernier.
Ramirez.
I'm in trouble. Okay. Bernier,
Muller, Wayne, Gall,
Ramirez,
Ramirez.
So we already have 5.
We have 4.
and Goal, and then David,
Oh, yeah, we did, yeah, he's still on the fence, so
he's on the fence. Yes,
Okay.
so he's on the fence.
we just have 4.
So, yeah, so it was with 41, Mr. Christopher Bernier, 38 for Michael Ramirez, Randy, yes, Merwan,
Muller, Wayne.
Mellerween.
Can you give me a number?
Sure.
5.
5,
5E, yeah.
5E.
yes, and then 3C, Michael Goal.
And not 6.
6 is on the fence.
6 is on the fence, yeah.
6 is on the fence.
So it's just 2A.
Do with 2B.
Okay, 2B, I'll do it that way. 2B,
8H.
Is a yes.
5E,
Uh-huh.
5E, thank you. 3C,
Yes.
and
8H.
8H.
8H,
Okay.
yes. Okay. So, I apologize. Go ahead, Ms. Vaughn.
So I prefer candidate 1A to candidate 6F. They were almost in a tie with just 1 point separating them. And I think candidate A, let me see my notes. He's the one that had like 2 careers. So we talked a little bit about him, that his first career, and it looks like that's a 20-year retirement, was in Virginia, and he held superintendent roles there, and then he explained why they moved to Tennessee, and he's currently he's in that category. Remember I said, in my mind, smaller school district, but as a superintendent, and he's been a superintendent since 2017. Again, I'm pushed toward the academics, and I highlighted that he has strong academic background. And one of the things I really, really liked, and I think this was something that might have been Mr. Collins sharing it out loud, his idea about early childhood education that fits exactly with our strategic plan. I wrote down early childhood and the progression of students. So that's something that I'm very passionate about, that we can't start worrying about kids graduating when they're in 7th grade, that we need to, from early childhood, make sure that by the time the kids get to 3rd grade, and this looks like it's really something that he's passionate about. He's got a lot of leadership experience. So I thought he was, wasn't at the top of my list, but he was in my top 3.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Anyone else?
I think it's important, we're down to 2, so we have the 2 final discussions. So
Correct.
the David Olney, 6F, and Charlie Perry, 1A. You can bring one, both, or neither. So if you prefer the other one, speak up now so that, you know.
So, and I'm sorry, that was Mr. Perry, Ms. Vaughn, that you were speaking on?
Yes. And
Okay, I just
again,
want to make sure.
like one point that separates
Okay.
the 2 of them, so.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
So candidate A was one of my top choices from the beginning. So I would not want to eliminate him at all. I would prefer to eliminate candidate F and keep candidate A.
Okay.
And some of the reasons that Ms. Vaughn mentioned is very important. I feel he is more in line with our district. I know that he comes from a smaller school district, but I think that the experience, he was similar to that one, similar to the one that I was trying to, that I asked to be put in. They had similar alignment to me, so I would prefer to keep him.
Thank you.
He would have been the top candidate, but I know somebody gave him a 0. So if they are totally, or they want to change their mind.
Yeah.
It's that 1 point.
Well,
Okay, so I have Ms. Patrica?
I just, my impression was, when I read what was written, I wanted to meet him. I wanted more. I wanted a second look. I was energized by what was written in the cover letter, and the education is there, the experience is there, and the attitude as it comes across on paper was impressive to me.
And that is for Mr. Perry?
That is for
For candidate A?
1A.
Thank you.
Excuse me. That's, I mean, you can take it now. I'll say yes to an interview.
Oh, is there any other comments?
yeah, 1A was one of my top ones as well. Besides the written information, listening to the interview that Mr. Collins gave me a desire to see more of this candidate.
Okay.
And over 6F.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing no comments, I will then go ahead and take consensus on 1A. Ms. Morgan?
Yes?
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Gittens?
Yes.
I know Ms. Patrica said yes.
she did.
Ms.
I'm a
Giovanni?
yes.
Yes. And Ms. Fisher? No? Okay, and yes. So we will be bringing Mr. Charlie Perry back.
You know, again, it's up to the board, but will anybody advocate for number 6F, or to bring 6F back for an interview, or shall we just not bring them back? Nobody seems to be speaking up, so there you have it.
So right now, that's the 5. So if I may, are we all in agreement with 5?
So so it's 1, 2, 3,
It will be
5, and 8?
1, you're making me do this again. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. Am I correct there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I
In
just want to
order,
make sure.
Yeah, 8, 2, 5, 3, and 1. So we can mention the name for the public if you want. You want me to do it, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So number 8, Christopher Bernier. 2, Michael Ramirez.
Yes,
This is the order that they were selected. Number 3, Randy Mallerwine.
yep,
Number 4, Michael Gall.
yep,
And number 5, Charlie Perry.
yes, correct.
Those are
So,
the candidates we're going to invite back. And as I said in the meeting, you've done a good job. This is like making sausage. You know, you have to have these conversations about everybody, and you've done a great job. So, moving on to the next, we want to determine the dates, the interview dates.
May I ask a question first? Of the board attorney through the chair?
yes, please.
So do we need to vote to approve this?
I think that you should take a vote on this, on these individuals. You can take a consensus, but you just put it perhaps in your section, in the board section at the action meeting, just to formalize it.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, please repeat it so everybody can hear.
You can take a consensus on your 5, but I would recommend that you take a formal action vote at your meeting on Tuesday. Someone make a motion to adopt those 5 and make a formal action vote.
Okay, so whatever we do, whatever interviews we conduct would have to be conducted on a date that occurs after that meeting.
Correct.
That's it. Those are my questions. Thank you.
If I may ask, we have to give the candidates time to know you're going to come in and
Understood.
schedule it, and so it'll take some time. So, Mike, did you want to, Molly?
If I may,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have Ms. Gittens has a question.
He can go ahead and then I'll ask mine.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, please, Mr. Collins.
So is it the advice of council that we're waiting until after Tuesday to invite these people to come in for an interview? Or are we starting to invite tomorrow if we need a formalization on Tuesday? Council, what's your advice in terms of timing? Because that'll determine the dates on when you want to interview.
After the board has taken their formal action vote.
So we don't even go back to the candidates to set up timing until after Tuesday night, correct?
That would be my recommendation, because you never know what could happen on Tuesday. So I would,
That's fine. I'm happy for that. I just wanted to bring clarity to that so that we weren't out inviting, you know what I mean, in advance of the action stage. So thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No. We want to make sure that everybody's clear on everything. Ms. Gittens?
Okay, 2 questions. One, public input. So basically, you're saying that the choices that have been made here are what will go out for public input. Where does that fit, and et cetera, et cetera. But the second question is, have we pretty much just eliminated candidate 7? I mean, I don't know, we kind of stopped and said we would go ahead and finish this, but I just, I think we need to address it.
The candidate we put on hold.
Yes.
Yes.
Where does that stand? Because will that candidate be a part of the motion on the 11th?
Did you want to do a consensus around that candidate number 7G?
Mr. Freeburno, what is your recommendation on that, please?
it's really up to the board. If the board wants to go ahead and do a consensus to see what they want to do, that's completely up to the board.
So this is in regards to candidate number 7,
7G.
G. If we bring them back, and thank you, Dr. Caldwell, have a 6th person, because that would bring 6 back to the table. And of course, with 7, we would have to do other things. Do we want to see 7 come up for an interview for this position? And I guess that's the question. Thank you.
Yes, and if I may finish my...
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, that's all right.
I apologize.
I just want to reiterate, we're looking at qualified candidates, and are we going to have a discussion about the contract? Is that going to be something that's separate? I mean, to me, it's kind of up in the air right now. I believe that as a candidate, a qualified candidate, that they should be brought back for that interview to ask whatever questions we need. The contract piece that was brought up, is that something we need to discuss or no?
So, Mr. Pre-Bruno, we would not need to discuss the contract if that is not, if we do not even bring that person back for an interview, correct?
So I agree with you, Madam Chair. So my recommendation would be poll the board to see if they want to have this candidate interviewed. If the board wants to have this candidate interviewed, that would indicate that the board is willing, by a majority, to amend the contract. And if the board is willing to do that, amending the contract is not a difficult thing. And based on the letter that was sent by the candidate, I would imagine that the candidate would be in agreement to amend the contract as well. So that's not a major thing, and the board can vote on that as well on the 7th. But I think you need to find out from your board whether or not they want this individual to come back for an interview.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard what Mr. Pre-Bruno has just stated. So I'm going to ask again, do we want to bring this candidate back for, as a sixth person for an interview? Ms. Morgan.
Based on the 6-month interview that I have had with this individual, no.
Ms. Vaughn.
May I ask a question first about meeting dates?
Sure.
All right, we're already scheduled for a workshop on Friday. With the I know there's a special meeting, there's a emergency meeting or whatever. Is there a meeting with 2 days posting that we could have, that we could actually vote on this matter for this particular candidate, plus vote to give Ray and Associates a little extra time to do invitations, or is that impossible?
I'm not sure I understand, Ms. Vaughn. Invitations for them to come back for the interview?
We need to vote on those that we've already, the 5, okay? And you suggested a vote, but it can't happen until a week from now, right? I feel strongly that the whole thing with this candidate's contract amendment, since we voted on that contract, should be another vote. I don't feel good about having, let's take a consensus on it. To me, it must be a vote because the contract was a vote. And yet, again, the first opportunity to do that is next Tuesday, another week. So what I'm asking is there enough time to post for like an hour-long meeting on Friday, since we already have a workshop that day? Is there enough time to get the notice out on a special meeting? I don't remember how many days it needs to be for that.
So, Ms. Vaughn, with regards to, I agree with you 100%. The board would have to vote on the amendment to the contract. Now, the question is, before we even need to have that discussion, does the board want this individual to come back for an interview? If the board does want this individual to come back for an interview, then we can have the discussion about the contract. Again, if the board is signaling that it's willing to have this person come back for an interview, the amendment to the contract is not a major hurdle. It really isn't. It's just a paragraph. Unless you're saying that you want to have further discussion about that, then that's something different. And I mean,
well, I'm going to say my vote depends, yes or no, on this question we've already put out here, depends on whether we have the board vote or not. Because if we don't have the board vote ahead of time, then I'm going to say no. I will say yes if but we have to have the vote. Does that make sense? And I want to see that it has, I feel that's the only legitimate way to do it, to have the board vote yes or no to amend, and in doing so, the board is basically going to be saying what we said in the past when we looked for an interim, maybe we didn't mean it 100%. I want that to be a vote, and I think it should be a vote before we make a decision on whether this candidate comes in for an interview or not.
But
If I could just make a point of order, the board decided that at the beginning of the meeting.
Decided what?
The board had this discussion at the beginning of the meeting, and we decided that if that candidate was one of the top to come back for an interview, then we would have the discussion. I understand what you're saying. However, the board has already decided to move forward.
Without him, but without him.
No, the board has decided to move forward and rank who we want to come back, and
Which
then
we did.
address the question of whether we want to talk about the contract after that determination has been made.
Correct.
That was what the board reached consensus on at the very beginning of the meeting, so I'm sorry to be a jerk and call point of order, but this is out of order because the board has already made the decision.
so
I'm not arguing that decision. We were just asked to take a consensus on whether to have this candidate that's not in the top half.
So can we finish that vote?
okay.
So, Ms. Vaughn,
Please repeat what the consensus is,
Yeah, and
whether
so.
to call him back.
Because
So
we put this
we've,
one off.
and I guess I'll pull out my board president. I mean, we've started a vote, so, we've already had one vote. We have to finish that vote first before we have this discussion, right?
Correct.
I mean, I think you've started a vote, so you have to continue.
So the question is, do we want to have a sixth person come back and that person be, because that's a moot point until we know what this is, G7. Ms. Morgan said no. Now I'm at Ms. Vaughn.
Okay, no, you all didn't understand what I was asking. I'm just.
But we
No,
need
you
to
didn't.
finish.
No.
Mr. Prebrino?
Ms. Vaughn, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that I would like to see if the board is inclined to modify the contract prior to offering this individual an opportunity to come interview.
Exactly.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Exactly, thank you.
I believe by the board indicating through its consensus whether or not it even wants this individual to come back for an
Would
interview.
be saying the same thing.
Would be equivalent to it saying, yes, we're willing to modify the contract. Because the board is under the understanding that that contract would have to be modified one way or another for this individual to come back. So if the board says, yes, I want this individual to come back, then the contract part is not, that's because they've already, if you guys vote for it, you can do the consensus and you vote for it on Tuesday, that part is a given. The contract's going to have to be modified, and it's not going to be a big modification. It's just that one clause. So what can happen, if the board does decide today to have this person interviewed, then on Tuesday, prior to taking the formal votes on the candidate, you can go ahead and vote on the amendment to the contract, and then vote on your candidates, if that's the board's desire.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prebrino. So, Ms. Vaughn?
I voted no.
Okay, Ms. Gittens?
To interview candidate 7, correct?
Correct. To bring that as a sixth person and bring him forward.
Yes.
I say no. Ms. Patrica?
I did have more comments to make, so I'm not really comfortable voting until I've made the comments. When we pushed this decision off, I said I have a lot more comments to make, but I don't want to make them until we bring it back. So.
Okay, well, we're bringing it back right now.
So can I make my comments?
Make your comments.
All right, so there is tremendous political pressure surrounding this appointment and offering an interview here. Tremendous political pressure. I have never caved to political pressure in the decisions that I make at this table. I mean, it has gone as far as people calling me and saying, I will not support you in your reelection if you don't support this person. And that's shocking to me. We talk about the contract. We as a board did not put ourselves here. We as a board are not the ones who put ourselves in a position where we have to call special meetings and we have to discuss things in a special way, and we're feeling a time crunch, we didn't put ourselves here. The applicant had a significant amount of time to communicate with us and ask for a change, and that did not occur. So we're not here out of a fault of our own. I will reiterate that we as a board made a commitment to this community and this staff, and while some people have said a lot of people want him to stay, a lot of people have approached me with the opposite sentiment. There are references on that list that for which the applicant did not receive permission to use the name. And that's super concerning to me when you combine that with the communications that took place with me individually. I don't want the job, I don't want the job, I'm not applying, and then shocker, the name is there. And then I look through the references and I talked to a couple of people and they're shocked that their names are on the list as references. That was stunning to me. Board members told him to run, but he takes direction from the board, which goes back to the whole, we wouldn't be here had he come to the board, instead of having individual discussions behind the scenes, had he come to the board and said, you, the board as a whole, do you agree to make a change to the contract, instead of unilaterally making that change without our agreement. And the last thing I'll say is this. I have sat here since 9 o'clock this morning, and most of the discussions that we've had have been incredibly fluid, incredibly collegial, very consensus-oriented. I have heard things that Ms. Giovanelli has said that I have agreed with wholeheartedly. I've heard things that Ms. Gittens has said that I have agreed with wholeheartedly, and the same is true for Ms. Vaughn. This is the only very divisive issue that this board has talked about today. Let's hearken back to our training. I mean, we talk about it all the time. We're a divided board. Why would we bring somebody back who we know up front is divisive? Do we want this team to come together? If we want this team to come together, I don't know how we give a second look to someone that all 7 of us know is divisive. Whether you like, don't like, support, don't support, doesn't matter. The divisiveness is the issue. And I think eliminating divisiveness right up front will allow for more cohesion as this board moves forward in this process. Those are my comments. Thank you, and my vote is no.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
So I actually would agree with some of the things you said, Ms. Patrica.
We can agree, Melissa. Ms. Giovanelli, sorry.
But I go back to the stability. So I am still going to say, I think we still need to give him a chance. And so I'm a yes to explain why he did what he did. And maybe he'll do that on our one-on-ones, and that can happen. But I'm going to stick with my original, how I ranked him, how he was ranked. It was 4-3 in this. And so I'm going to stay with a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Ms. Fisher, please.
And I said, let's proceed with the process with the 5 finalists, and my vote is no.
Thank you. So seeing that, that would be 5-2. We will not move forward with a additional candidate.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I don't know if I asked this before, let me know, but I was just interested in the vetting process. Was the contract ever a part of that vetting process with Ray and Associates?
No, we don't, we're not privy to that. You know, again, we brought, no. We're not privy to that.
No, it was not part of it, nor is it part of our discussion unless you bring it to our attention.
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know, I just, and I'm not blaming.
It wasn't brought to our attention. Ms. Gibbons, it wasn't brought to our attention. This is an internal comment. This is an internal issue.
But if I mean, you discussed the contracts and all of other candidates, and I'm just thinking it would have come to light that there was a contract involved that obviously they couldn't get out of.
But typically, the candidates bring up the information about their contract. This candidate did not.
Okay,
And that's,
thank you.
Yeah, this,
Not spoken with any of them.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's why it was not included.
thank you.
Dr. Caldwell, do you, or Mr. Collins, if we will go on to the next, please?
Yes, and so two things, we want to set a timeline for the interviews if we can. And on our timeline, and we'll just go over the timeline, we have, today's the 4th, we're on time here. We're looking at the 10th, the week of the 10th for the interviews. I don't know if we're ready to.
Dale, if I may,
Yeah, Mike.
they're not gonna, hold on, they're not gonna make a decision until the 11th. So you're looking at a week, roughly a week after the 11th.
Right.
And I'm just trying to give you a foothold on time.
Yeah, so we'll push everything back a week.
So may I,
You don't have a choice.
Yeah, because our meeting will be the 11th, unless we have, as I know Ms. Vaughn had stated, we do have a meeting on Wednesday where we could actually put out information to have the action meeting to vote on,
It's a Wednesday.
on the 7th. We actually could, Friday, the 7th, we could actually put an action meeting in there to just take a vote for on that only. So that way that could get out, because we have to make sure that we have candidate forum meetings, whatever, so we can have the public as part of that, and however you all work that, but we need to make sure that they're all engaged in that.
that's a great idea, and then Ms. Vaughn gets her special meeting.
Well, and that's exactly, do we have enough, what I asked a little while ago was, do we have enough days to post a special meeting? It's two days, right?
48 hours.
That's what I was asking, that's what I was thinking.
2 days.
It's 48 hours, but we also have to publish. So I'm not sure, I believe the deadline may have passed. We have to ask Ms. Schaefer if we can publish, now so that we can have it for Friday. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to.
It's Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday, yeah, but I still got to get it to the paper, and that's Wednesday, Thursday, 48
Paper
hours.
by noon tomorrow.
Noon tomorrow for Friday.
All right, so if we can do it, if Ms. Schaefer can get it done, then, we can move forward with it for Friday. So do you want to, because right now what you have is the workshop. We want to change that workshop to an action meeting, or just
No.
add an hour to it?
Just add the hour to that before.
Okay.
And then,
So I guess now, is this to vote on the candidates?
correct.
On
Yes.
Friday, okay.
Give you
And
2
so-
extra days.
So timeline-wise, because again, we said we'd get you finished by 4, so we want to try to finish by 4.
Correct.
Right? And so the week of the 17th, we would interview, and the first round would be virtual, correct?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so the first round would be virtual, and
Okay, so if we know Friday, sorry, Dale, I'm sorry.
right?
If we know on Friday, we can reach out to them over the weekend, and you guys have to set a schedule, we can get them in within a week. So if you're gonna have 5, you're gonna do 2 one day and 3 the next.
Yes.
How do you
Not
want to
open
do
on
it?
the
Or you're gonna
17th.
do all 5 on one day?
Yeah, because
We're not here the 17th.
We're not open on the 17th.
It's the week of.
it's the week of.
And then you could do it on the following Thursday and Friday.
Correct.
We have to check schedules.
Sorry, Dale.
Oh, that's good.
And
No,
we
that's
will
good.
have, and we'll make sure that we check the schedules, because we have to make sure we speak with communications, make sure that they're all set, and so that everybody can work together on that. So I just want to make sure that we check those dates and then get back with you on that, and then that way it allows the administrative assistants to check with all the board members to make sure that their calendars are clear as well. Ms. Gittens?
Can I ask, since we're going to do an action meeting, why don't we make that an action meeting so that the public can make comments if they want to at that time? Otherwise, we're pushing any public comment for quite a ways out. And I just think we need to at least have an opportunity for them to speak for a minute or so about the process.
So we typically, the public will have a public forum for the finalists. Right? We had the community forum to put together the description of the position. And so this round, you'll interview them, identify the finalists. We'll have a community forum for the public at that time.
And where is that on the timeline, and is there just one? And is that just here? Because that's not going to be representative of the community.
No, and that's something that Dr. Caldwell and Mike Collins, we have to have multiple ones, even if we do them.
Yeah, we're fine with that. We will do them online. If you want to, we can do like a community meeting in person and online.
Yes.
I'm not worried about the details when you have the final. If that doesn't affect the semi-final round, then
Right.
that's only for the final.
Right, and we definitely will have multiple opportunities for community members to be engaged with that.
Yes.
That is really important, okay.
The last thing I want to ask is if they could possibly include all of us on information from Ray and Associates so that we all have the information at the same time and in a timely manner. That would be very much appreciated.
Well, we'll do it as advised, that's fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't understand you, I'm sorry.
That's true, President. You're really talking to your board leadership. You're not asking us, because we're going to do it then.
Right, we get all the information, I get it at the same time you all get it.
No, that is not true. And if we could, all I'm saying is, if we are all one united body, one email at this point from Ray and Associates, just copying the rest of us on what's going on. It cuts out all manner of delays and everything else, and it takes you off the chopping block to make sure everybody gets. Why can't we just get it as a CC to what they're sending out? I don't understand why not.
Mr. Collins, once the ladies look at everybody's calendars and check with the board members to see what their schedule looks like, and then works with you to get the dates, then if you would send them out to everybody, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Bruno?
We will not be able to publish in time to have a special action meeting on Friday. We could do it
Schaefer,
on
no?
Monday. Not
Why?
enough time.
Ms. Schaefer, why would we not? If I may ask you, please. Sorry to put you in that question.
The dates that are in order to have that published in the news press, it would have had to have gone in today for tomorrow's paper. So therefore, we wouldn't be able, it's 48 hours notice, and we wouldn't be able to have enough notice for the public and meet the requirements for the advertisement.
So tomorrow, it's not 48 hours?
It would have
for the
had to
date
been in,
of that?
yes, yes.
Okay, Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, through the chair, what is the time deadline today?
It was noon today.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Patrica.
Mr. Collins or Dr. Caldwell, if we don't take this vote until Tuesday, does that give you sufficient time?
We can work with that.
You can work with that?
Right, you're not going to get candidates on Thursday.
Yeah, they're not going to be Thursday, but it'll push it back a few days.
But will that,
Yeah, you'll push it back a week.
will
Push it back a week.
make the timeline untenable for our?
No, I mean.
Okay,
No.
okay, that's all I needed. I would have suggested a Saturday meeting, but if Tuesday works, just do it
Yeah,
Tuesday.
we'll identify someone this month. It pushes it back a little bit, but I don't think it's dangerous.
All right, so then it will go to Tuesday then. Oh, Ms. Giovanelli?
Just based on her question, just made me ask. So based on an established timeline that you're working on, I know it's a work in progress, what are we looking like that we would have a superintendent? When would we have a superintendent?
Mr. Collins, could you answer that? Because I know I heard you speak on that in a forum. What that looks like?
Yeah, go ahead. All right, so we were going to do it the week of the 10th. So now we're doing it the week of the 17th. So the week of the 24th, we would do the final So basically, by the end of the month, you will, or whenever you have your board meeting to announce it, but for the very beginning of February, you will be able to announce your selection pending the successful negotiations of contract. And the contract usually takes about 2 weeks. So you're probably into the middle of February instead of the 1st of February. To be honest, it doesn't affect these candidates. They're in it to win it. This is the prize. And so you've lost a week and a half, but you'll still be done by the middle of February, all things considered, and the creek doesn't arrive.
And then they would take a seat at the end of the school year, correct?
Correct. These candidates are in contract. You're not getting them before the end of the school year. You may get them one day a week starting in March or April, in a consulting arrangement. But you're not going to get them completely, and in every case with the exception of Michael Gall, if he were to be the one that was selected.
So they would start coming in and acclimating themselves to the community, to the district, to everything, correct?
Yeah, you'll have to work that out as a separate arrangement with them, but in most cases that begins sometime around the end of March, beginning of April, so they get somewhat of a jump on meetings and meeting people. That's very common.
So I think you helped me answer the question. So technically, though, we'll still have our present superintendent until the end of June, correct?
That's what we said.
Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to get clarification.
Yeah, so nothing will change for that.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn.
So then, does that mean, was it 6 months, the original contract? So does that mean we need to add to our action meeting an extension? No?
I don't believe so, Ms. Vaughn. I'll double check, but last time I reviewed the contract, I think it was until the board signs the replacement.
Okay, well, I didn't remember the exact language on it, so Dr. Savage would remain the superintendent until, and we don't need to give him at any point an exact date. Is there?
Correct.
I'm going to pull the contract out.
Wait a minute, I'm listening, I'm sorry, I'm listening to our
And
attorney.
to pull the contract just to make sure that I have the proper language for you.
I think it was like as such time as
let's hear
another
what-
superintendent, Ms. Fisher has it.
I just read it yesterday, and no, it's whenever we decide.
Yes, and then he has a position.
I just needed to have the attorney state it, and
Oh,
the
thank you.
public may like to hear it as well. That's why I wanted her to speak, please.
Thank you.
So it's ending on the termination date established through the notice. So there will be a notice that will be provided. The notice has to be provided
30 days.
at least 30 days. So if it's going to be June 30th, for example, then by May 30th, provide notice.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
So, Dr. Caldwell, where are we at?
I think we've talked about the time,
Yep.
timeline, we're going to vote for the candidates as we discussed. I believe we are finishing within time. Unless there's any other questions or items, I do have to say. This process, as I said, it's like, I'm not joking when I say it's like making sausage. It's very difficult. You have to go back and forth, you have disagreements, and you've done a great job. I really think you deserve applause.
Thank you.
Yes, I agree.
Ms. Gittens, you had a question?
Yes, on the timeline, it says consultant develops and finalizes interview questions and procedures with the board. Where are we on the interview questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yep, that's the final piece. Molly, did you want to talk about that?
That's the last thing we got.
Yeah.
That's the last thing we need to do. They need to be asked to submit their preferred questions.
Molly, did you want to say anything about that?
Ms.
I
Jordan.
know we're all tired, so I'll make this quick, I promise.
I'm going to let, hey, Molly, I'm going to let, Ms. Vaughn had a question or a comment?
My question is, is the website piece still, I hadn't looked in recent days, it's still live with, about the superintendent search? I'm seeing you
The 4th.
nod and Miss
Yeah, I looked at it last night. It said the
Jordan
4th.
shake her head no.
The 4th said today.
It's still on. The job opening is still posted on our website.
We're talking about-
If you hire somebody, it will be marked as closed, and congratulations to whoever.
No, we're talking about our school district website.
Yeah, it's had to date. Go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
I just, my question was, so will the resumes and pertinent information for the 5 we have selected be on our district website in a timely manner so that members of the public can email their opinions on this? And also, who is taking care of that? And can we come up with a date to have that done?
May I speak?
Ms. Gittens.
Okay. I was charged with handling the webpage. I have not been successful in getting information that I've asked for to put on there. I sent an email to the chair and Ray and Associates last month about a change to this timeline so that we could post it. So I would really like to be able to speak with someone that can give me information so we can post it in a timely manner. I got no response to several requests that I sent, and no one responded to me, so.
Ms. Gittens, I'm sorry, but we did send you the information for the times as soon as we had it. On the calendar right now, it has January 4th, which is today. The other information is on here pertinent to what we had given, because I certainly did not give it to these people. And, or not these people, but.
May I ask who I'm supposed to get it from? Are they giving it to you to give to me?
Well,
or how am I
okay.
getting it? Because I did not get a response.
Right now, as I just stated, the administrative assistants will be looking at all of our calendars to make sure, and working with communications to make sure that they have adequate time as well, and then working with Ray and Associates so we can get a time certain for the dates that are on here right now, which will have to come off because it says January 12th and January 19th.
But that's not what I asked, but go ahead.
So they will send that to you.
Lawrence group, directly to communications, and then however you all communicate internally is your own thing.
Yes.
Well,
And I do
okay.
want to just piggyback off of that real quick and interject that any resumes that are put up on your website need to have the contact information redacted. So addresses and phone numbers have to be redacted before putting any publication.
So can I ask that we receive from Ray and Associates the updated timeline, the redacted resumes, and anything that is by your standards legal to put up? And please copy me on the email to make sure that we put up in a timely manner what needs to be put up on our website.
So at this point, Ms. Gittens, if you can make sure that the January 12th and 19th, that's going to be announced, because as we just noted, that we cannot make that happen right this second.
Right.
Well, I'm not asking to create the dates or the times.
Well, but
I'm
you
just
need-
saying,
okay, you just
get
spoke
me the
about
information.
I'm giving you that information. Can you please address the 12th and the 19th as it is right now, that it will be updated, because those are not correct dates. And then as soon as they get the information, you will have it ASAP.
May I ask?
We'll get the information, yeah, we'll make sure to get the information. And just the final, Molly, do you want to, about the questions, the interview questions, did you want to?
Yes.
Yep. So everybody, you'll have, in that email, you will see the interview questions are suggested. We ask that you take those home, review them. If you want to wordsmith, you're more than welcome to. But select your top 10 and email them back to either myself or Lizette or LaTanya, and just ask them to get them to me. And what we're going to do is then tally the top 10 and then we will find out your usually top 10 to top 15 questions, depending on how long of an interview format you want to set up. And then they will become your interview questions for the first round of candidates. If there are questions that you would like to create on your own, please submit those at the bottom, and we will put those in for consideration for the second round of interview.
Thank you. And everyone has a copy of those. They were put at your seat, so you all have those ready to go. And then Ms. Giovanelli, you had a question, and then Ms. Patrica.
My only question is, this has been done at the district numerous times in the past, and I believe they just use HR. Why can't some of this now, I just have some trust in HR, and why can't we just facilitate some of this through the HR that can be get on the website and have a contact that way? Because I think that's where some of the disconnect is it's all been put on you, Ms. Jordan, and that's not fair, and you need help. And it's more than our secretaries can handle as well. I think that if it gets, HR, this is what they do. So it should be, they should have why reinvent the wheel? Am I correct, Ms.?
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli, but remember, we were asked not to involve anybody from the district, so now that you've mentioned.
Who did that?
We did that, not
Right, but
myself, but yeah.
things have changed.
Okay.
But they are involved.
I just want to make sure
They're
that,
having to be involved. We have an HR director now.
Okay.
That has the background that can make sure that we're doing things right and not doing things wrong.
okay.
One of the key.
I appreciate you saying that.
Just let me add, just one of the important things is that the board, you made several comments here today that I think are important questions. Some of the people that are being brought back, you have questions about them. Now, remember, the questions should be consistent for all the candidates. So that's why the board really has to do those questions, because only you know, this is your process. You're the only ones who can pick this person. So again, it has to be a board discussion with input from HR or whoever else. But this is your search.
Yes, questions. I got what you're saying. Thank you.
So Molly, when would you like these questions sent to you?
We are having that meeting next week. Let's just go ahead and say 8 a.m. that following day. So once you all make your decision and finalize everything, get the questions to me by 8 a.m. the next morning.
Okay, so that date would be the 12th of January?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
They're due the 12th?
Due the 12th of January by 8. Thank you, Molly. And then Ms. Patrica, you had something to state.
I just had a clarification question surrounding this website thing. Did I hear Mr. Collins say that you are already providing that information directly to staff at the district to be placed on the website?
No.
No.
That is,
No.
that's why I'm the liaison.
Okay, and the other thing I want to say is, I feel like you get beat up a little bit, and I just want to say I appreciate, you work really hard for this board, and I appreciate what you do for us.
Thank you.
And I hate to see you be beat up sometimes. I feel like you need some kudos as well.
I'm good.
I know you're good, but I feel like you need to hear the good sometimes as well.
Nope, we're one team.
Yep.
One team. So, Dr. Caldwell, is there anything else?
No, just thank you all for your time today. We're finishing on time, and just thank you very much. Great job.
We appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Collins and everyone from Ray & Associate, thank you all for being here with us today. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the communications department. Thank you for staying with us for the day. Appreciate you and our ladies in the office and everyone else here. So thank you, and the officer. Thank you. All right, everyone.
Congratulations to all on a very good job, and everybody be well.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Take care, and this meeting is over.